Hello. Hello, good day, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it may be. Hi. So, we are returning with Animal Well. It's been a while since our last Animal Well stream. I think it's been 20 months. You know what? I could have known this a minute ago if I'd been paying attention. One moment. Let me double check. February 27th was the last Animal Well stream, and it is currently June 25th. So, in the words of one of my stepmothers, it's been a hot minute. So, here's the thing. Let's talk about some Animal Well stuff. If anyone that's currently here avoiding Animal Well spoilers, if you say something, I can hold off for a little bit. But, if that's not the case, then we'll talk about stuff. Also, Queen GG first. I don't know if I actually said that. But GG first. So, Animal Well, it's got a lot going on. Pretty fun game. Pretty interesting game. The last Animal Well stream that we did, spent a lot of time wandering around and not really making progress. And we've had it happen a couple of times now, where, like, we've missed one tiny detail that I could definitely see never finding. So, that's concern. And we know that this game has some mechanics that were meant for, like, a group of people finding things together. Honestly, this is a game where... Well, even that wouldn't work, so I was gonna say this would be another game where, like, how we started Cogmind, it'd probably would have been nice to start it as, like, a group activity. I like that format, too. I plan on playing more games, like, solo and stuff, but I have enjoyed how Cogmind's been going. The stream format might be a little different, but it has been refreshing to, like, play a game and kind of learn things from different perspectives, so... when... I mean, I'm excited for when we return to Cogmind, but I'm also excited for potentially playing some other games like that. Anyway. So, what I was going to talk about, actually, was why we haven't played Animal Well in so long. The last Animal Well stream that I did, I thought was going to be the last Animal Well stream. And not a lot ultimately happened in it. And we were stuck for a lot of wandering around. And I was thinking, I was like, all right, you know what? Let's take a break from Animal Well for a little bit, and we'll come back to it. And maybe I'll have some ideas on what I want to do. And I think I started something else after that. Did I start Lorelei, maybe? I don't know. But while I was taking a break from it, I think it actually might have been the very next day. The very next day, I had an idea. I had an idea on one of the things that I think I might need to do on Animal Well. And I really hate the idea. I think it's going to be very annoying. And maybe it's not going to be so bad. I haven't looked in game. Maybe the idea isn't as bad as I think it'll be. The idea actually stemmed from, I think somebody made a comment offhandedly early on in the Animal Well playthrough that I didn't think much of, but unfortunately, there's this problem. There's this problem where if somebody makes an offhanded comment in a game that they think won't mean anything, sometimes my brain will latch on to that and be like, I wonder when that will have context to me. And while I was trying to think of how to solve a little conundrum, it was like lying in bed. I was thinking about Animal Well. Yeah, I think it was like a day or two after the last stream. But I was lying in bed and I was thinking about it, and I suddenly remembered the person saying that thing, and that got me a little. That got me thinking if it could be related, because at first I thought their offhanded comment was gonna be something I just hadn't seen at all in the game. Then I realized maybe it is something I've seen. I think we're gonna open the game up and talk a little bit more about it. Let's So here we are. We're back in the game. So here's our issue. Gosh, I forgot the controls a little bit. Our issue is where is it? Oh, it's here. You know what? Do we have the mouse? Yeah, we do. Okay. So our issue is here. This little gray thing. These little gray lines. Eagle Eyes. Hey, Eagle Eyes. I hope you're doing well today. So these little gray lines are doors. And we somehow have to be... We somehow have to get through a door that, like, we can't go through. I've been trying to think of how to do that. Well, that last stream, we had another really annoying thing happen. The annoying thing is, where is it? Down here somewhere. This is a big room. Here. So, we had this other annoying thing happen. Where, like, sometimes while trying to go through this section, I would accidentally fall in the water. And if we fall in the water down here, we would come all the way back to here, because, like, these are all moving platforms, so they don't count. So you go, when you fall in the water, you get sent to, like, your last safe place that counts. One of the things I noticed in this was that, depending on how I started this downfall area, we could either start it with a wall one way or the wall a different way. It would change kind of where it was being put, because it would count whether or not this was safe ground. If this wasn't safe ground, then we got put somewhere else. Now, you might see where we're going with this a little bit. My thinking was, what if that's what we're supposed to do? What if we're supposed to, like, not touch safe ground? And this is where I say part of this was a realization thinking back to what a person said early on in the stream. Because I think somebody said that there was a community challenge that's called, like, I don't remember if they said hot lava or floor lava. But in my head, I was thinking about, like, lava. I thought eventually we would see, like, maybe down here, we would see some sort of, like, lava area, and then I would know the challenge. And it'd be kind of like this gauntlet area up here. Like, there would be some gauntlet thing we were supposed to do and not touch some lava. And I was like, alright. You know, we'll be prepared for that whenever it happens. But as I was lying in bed, thinking about what the heck we're supposed to do to somehow, like, move places there, it occurred to me that what if the lava was, like, it is floor is lava? What if literally it's this idea that we need to somehow get from here to a water source without ever touching the ground. Because if we were to do that, then I think the same thing would happen there that happened over here. Which what happens here again is, like, we can get really far into this, but none of these count as safe blocks. So it doesn't matter how far into this room you get, if you touch the water, like over here, you go all the way back up to here. So, like, what if that same concept is applying? So what if we stand here when we have, like, this door open, and then we have to flip the door, but then we have to somehow get to a water source, which... Is that a water source? Oh, maybe it's not as bad as I thought. Maybe, okay. What I was worried about is that I couldn't remember where the water sources were in my head when I was thinking about this. And, in my head, they were very far away. But if there's just one right there, this might not be so bad. This might be not terrible. You slept? Nice, GG sleep. I slept in today, too. Which was nice. Okay, we need to... Bubbles. Yeah, Bubbles is probably gonna be our friend here. Ah. Alright. So we'll probably need to do, like, a little bit of getting used to the controls again. You know, it's been a minute since we played. But that's okay. We can't, like, warp to phones, right? No. We can warp to, like, the one room. But I think it might just be faster to walk to there. Because we just go up a bunch. That little puppy. Do I have... You know, here's a good question. How do I open... Okay, I do have my frisbee. I don't remember if we put the other frisbee back or not. I don't know. I know that was one of my concerns at one point in time. We kind of were messing with the frisbee stuff a little bit. Okay, this is on the way. Okay. So, switch. So we can... oh yeah, there's a remote, right? Remote. There we go. Oh. Can we... Okay, so here's a water source here. Save for progress here. What are our items? Don't we have like a... Well, we have a wheel. I don't know if that really counts. We do have you. Could we... Oh, God, that's too loud. Okay. Alright. There's some potential here. So we bubble... Okay. Alright. Roy! Yo, what up, Roy? Welcome on in Roy here. Let me get away from the dog barking. We'll stand here for a second. Welcome on in, Roy and Raiders. Hope y'all are doing well today. You are doing Expedition 33. Nice. I hope the expedition went well. Also, Pancakes, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. We are just starting stream. I was kind of recapping some thoughts on Animal Well. Also, for those coming in that don't know me, I'm Dwarfood, aka Dwarf, aka Ryan. You can refer to me however you wish. We are, and this is technically day 9 in Animal Well. Day 8 of Animal Well was in February. We've spent a very long gap from the last Animal Well stream. Mostly because I'm in some like end game stuff, and I was thinking my day 8 stream was a lot of not doing a whole lot. And then after that stream, I was thinking on stuff, and I was kind of, so far on stream, I've kind of just been talking about what I was thinking about after that stream, and some conclusions that I had that I didn't necessarily love. I didn't love the thought of, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna try the thoughts. But yeah, Roy, if you're ending stream because you gotta go do stuff, go do your thing. If anyone does want to stick around, Animal Well is an amazing game. It's probably got some issues, but a lot of, like, honestly, a lot of what I consider some of the best games have a lot of issues. Like, we're figuring games out more and more over time. We are in like very late game Animal Well, so if you're avoiding secrets and if you want to find things on your own, I would not suggest sticking around too long. I said this the other day, but I think Lorelei is one of the games that I hope more puzzle games, like big puzzle games, learn from. I think Lorelei has did a lot of stuff in it that I think most big puzzle games could learn from. This game has done a lot of stuff that I think is very good, but a lot of big puzzle games I think are not great at helping you like play the game. That's usually the biggest like design issue, but that's okay. We're working on it, right? We being like people that make games. Yeah. All right. I am going to resume. Also, yeah. So basically, what I'm trying to do, for those that are curious, what I'm working on this moment. There's basically 2 things that I'm missing. One, I'm missing, or at least 2 things that I know of that I'm missing. I'm missing going through this door. This, like, door thing. And I have a theory about it. I have a few theories about it, but... we're gonna be messing with that. 2... There is, something... God, I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look at my notes. There's something that I think I'm missing over here, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull up my notes again, because I remember that there's 2 things that I'm missing, but I don't remember what the other one that's over there is off the top of my head. Alright. So my thinking here. Can we, like, jump? Touch the ground. Could we... Oh, God. Does that prevent me from going through it? That would be bad. I don't think we're supposed to get through this. I don't see how that would work. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, well, if we can't go into that tunnel, then can we go left? Maybe? Here, let's... Oh, we had the wrong item. Okay. No! Okay, well, let's, I guess, look at this. Would it be possible, in theory, to, go this way more? Like, we could pop these bubbles. Canis! Hi, Canis. I hope your alert goes well. Like, could we... Oh, no. How do we get down here? Unless we go forward more? Can we go up? Oh... Maybe. Maybe not? Does this wall just stop us from going up? Hold up. Oh, well, okay, hold on. Idea. Con. Hope you're doing well. Hmm. What would Meowlurk be? Is Meowlurk a thing? I've never heard of Meowlurk. Oh. Hmm. Like, we could certainly make Meowlurk a thing. But what would Meowlurk be? Oh, no. Wait, we also need... We need a thingy. Toronto, GG5 stream streak. I hope you are doing well today. Uh-oh. Okay. Is that second one big enough? Let me check. Ah! Nope. No! This still... Like, even if we... go over here... That's not helpful. So this room has it, but then we wouldn't be able to get out of this room, right? Gotta either be lurking to play with cats, or getting your cats to watch stream with you, or leaving to lie down with cats. That's true. That's true. I could see all those being good. Or a lurk, but you occasionally say meow. See. I don't see how this would work. Like, I don't think we can go down. Okay, hold on. What if... Wait, we might be able to go down. Hold. that doesn't seem to work. I'm gonna be honest. This felt like it was potentially... So, one of the things that I remember being really suspicious of was that it has the warp symbol on it. Which was kind of leading me to think that we do somehow have to, like, warp. Which is this symbol here. There's no, like, tiles in the game that aren't warp areas that have this symbol other than right here. At least that I've seen. So this tile usually denotes that we're supposed to, like, teleport somewhere. So unless there's, like, a song that teleports us here, then I think we are supposed to somehow, like, force a warp here. The only way that I can think of to force a warp here is with the water. Nerd! What's up, Nerd? Thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well today. I'm baffled. We can't get through... Can't get through this maze with Frisbee, right? Hold on. That could be an idea. Maybe I'm, like, overcomplicating this. Oh, no. You can't touch... Oh, wait. Do the vines prevent us from doing that? Oh. Oh, the vines require that this be lower. Which is going to stop that idea, probably. I forgot how to do... Here, let's practice, This won't, like, stay, right? No. Well, that's silly. I think the way... If I remember right, the way to, like, land on your Frisbee is... I don't know if I could do that into this gap. Oh. Oh, we can't use the remote on the Frisbee. That kind of puts a really big damper on this plan. Wait. Because that shouldn't count. Maybe we're onto something? But we can't throw a Frisbee a second time. Okay. We jump. that was the wrong button. Oh, no, there's multiple things. Oh, no. You won your second run yesterday. Nice. GG. Yeah, pause buffer, yeah. No, I mean, the menu already buffers, so I didn't know. I was trying to see if maybe we could jump over this and there was going to be another, that's the wrong button. If there was going to be another thingy to land on. But there was not. But yeah, Colin, what I was saying last night, so, I have played some Casey's mod. I didn't get very far into Casey's mod because, actually, I got a little bored with it. Like, my interest in Inscryption was with the less balanced regular game. And, Casey's mod, like, balancing it, just, like, kind of was like, it's fine, but I wasn't actually here for a balanced card game. Like, if I want balance, like if I want that kind of experience, like, okay, I'll just go play Magic, basically, was my thinking. But there's a lot of really interested modded Inscryption from what I've heard. Like, I've heard that essentially people have created what you could consider like missing acts from Inscryption, like, that are supposed to be pretty fun, and I at some point want to play those. Lorgan! Hi, Lorgan. So, Lorgan, you were, I'll re-mention my thoughts. I did start by kind of talking about my thoughts, and we'll talk more on the thoughts here in a second. But yeah, Con, I don't know if you've ever looked into modded Inscryption, but I think modded Inscryption would be really fun. So Lorgan, we'll recap my thoughts. I was talking about how my last Animal Well stream was in February, and that I did take the break from it because that stream, like, I already thought we were gonna be done with the game, and then we weren't done with the game, and that stream was a lot of not doing very much. Like, there was very little progression. But there was a thought. I've mentioned this on Discord a couple of times. But I did actually have a thought a day or two after that stream on what I might need to do for this. Hold on, let's make the dog stop. So basically, as like a summary of what my original thought was, my original thought is that somehow we have to warp here, right? And that thought stems from the fact that this is the warp symbol. This symbol is literally only used in other places in the game to represent warping somewhere. So it kind of stood out to me that it's here. It makes it feel like we have to warp here. The problem is I never found some way to warp here, and I don't really feel like we're looking for some magic, like, song to warp here. Which then brings up the next question: why? Why is that here, and how do we get through here? So there were two thoughts that basically came to my head. I was thinking, and one thought was probably related to the other, but basically, I was just thinking about this game, and I was thinking about a kind of silly concept, which was that in this area in particular, this area really punishes you for missing your jump. Because in this area, even though this is one huge, like, separate set of areas, basically, all of these platforms are fake platforms. They're not actually platforms. And because of that, if you mess up over here and you accidentally like hit the water, you get sent all the way back up here. And depending on where you get sent is actually based on how you like left things. Like you get sent to whatever the last real ground was that you could go on. And it was kind of a mixture of that and thinking about early on in the Animal Well streams. I think it might have even been day one. Somebody offhandedly mentioned that the community hated something that what I remembered it as was the lava challenge. That was what was in my head. But then as I thought about it more and I was thinking about this, it occurs to me that maybe what was said was a floor is lava challenge. But what I had been thinking ever since that offhanded, like normally offhanded comments for games, you know, you don't generally think too much about, except like a lot of times they'll stick in my head. Like if someone makes an offhanded comment, they're like, "Oh, the person won't know what this is referring to." That'll still kind of stick around in my head, and I'll be like, "Well, eventually that will have context, right?" So I was thinking, eventually we'll find some area with lava, and when we find an area with lava, then we'll know that that's like a really hard challenge. And I was thinking it was kind of going to be like this little gauntlet area up here, except it's going to be like lava where we can't touch things. This was spikes. There's be a lava one. Okay. But we have like the whole map, or at least the vast majority of the map, and there's no sign of anywhere that would have lava. And so this thought that I had a few nights after the last stream was what if that challenge actually refers to this? What if that challenge is this, and it's like when kids are playing, like, can't touch the floor, so you gotta run on the couch and stuff like that. Like, what if we're actually abusing the mechanic that exists in this region? What if we're supposed to, for some reason, force a warp back here by going from here to somewhere with water, but also we need to pass by a switch? Which sounds like a lot. I don't know. I hadn't looked at the map, so ever since thinking about that, I hadn't actually looked at the map, so I didn't know how involved that potentially would be. At a glance, it actually looks like it shouldn't be that hard, but we're struggling to figure out, because I forgot there was water right here. So if that is the case, we could probably somehow just get to over here to make it work. But that's proving to be very difficult. So then I was just looking at the other possible sources of water around us, and I'm finding issues with all of those sources. Never looked at the hint in Discord. No, I think you posted a hint for if we did another stream, and I don't think I ever. I'm trying to remember. I remember at one point you posted a hint, and I did look at hints, but the hints, I think we've already done those. So I think you posted another hint, or you said you were going to post a hint for if we did a stream, I think while you were out of town. But that I've never looked into, because I hadn't decided if or when I would do another Animal Well stream. I do remember that we're missing something else. I don't remember the other thing that I'm missing. I think it's a statue. I think somewhere we're missing a statue as well that we're gonna need to bring this spooky spirit to. Maybe that was the hint that I saw. I don't know where it is, though. I think somewhere there's a statue that we need to find. I don't know where that statue is. Look at hint. Okay, we'll do this. We'll pull up. I did also say at the beginning of stream, most likely, this will be a. I think this will be the actual final Animal Well stream, unless something changes and I'm like, oh my god, now I'm super into it. But I'm worried about stuff in the game still. And I was probably going to be open to hints after doing more stuff, like more open to like directions to go look in. All right, let me pull up my camera thing. Alright, I don't know how well this will read on stream, but we will pull it up. I assume this is the message from March 22nd, which... No, wait, can't be... Maybe? Oh, yeah, okay. There is a March... March 22nd. That would be after... It was like a month... It was a month after I kind of stopped playing, because it... Or, yeah, because I think the last stream was February something. So this would be it. I'll post a spoiler tagged message so that it's not misplaced. Don't look. So I've never looked. I have no idea what this is. I actually forgot that this was here. I think what I was thinking of was I think that before we started the last stream, there was like 2 hints that you had. And I think those hints we looked at, they were like spoiler text hints. I don't remember what they are, but I think we actually looked at those on stream. Alright, what is this image? Press button exactly once to achieve enlightenment. Oh no. Alright, let's go do this. Let's go replicate this to see... We'll go see. This feels like it's kind of confirming my idea, though. Let's go see this. Alright, easiest way to get there is message... Can we remember the notes? That's it. Is it not it? There we go. And then we want... Fish? I think it's fish. Fish. Yes. Okay. You know what? Here, we can actually really test this theory more, right? Because if I'm correct... Because I haven't actually tested this. This was basically what I've been thinking about since thinking about that area. If I'm correct, then in theory, we could, like, stand here where the fish's mouth is. Okay, well, that's gonna be annoying to do. So not there. But we could stand, like, here, right? We could stand here. And then if we were to, like, stay on the bubbles... And now this should be... not safe zone. So then... Oh, you. Yeah, we go back here. Exactly. Oh. See, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Yeah, My thought, I think, came from this. I was respawning here. I think it was here. God, it's... I remember so, this was like months ago now. But I know that I was thinking about this area being, like, the only spot I could think of where you're kind of warping and not warping. Like, because of how this works, you go, like, multiple rooms away, seemingly, but you would warp all the way back to here, and depending on whether or not I had stood here, like, that was the thing. Notice the warp sign? The warp sign is what stands out the most! How are people not noticing the warp sign? Oh, hold on one second. There's lawn mowing. One moment. Okay. No, I was so sure that warp symbol was going to be referring to a song. Like, 'cause that's where it means everywhere else. Look. It's like the little warpy, the warp. Everyone gets a warpy thing. And I'm pretty sure if we go, is it down here? Maybe it's not here. One of the other areas I thought also had it. You have it. I could have sworn we saw it somewhere else where we warped to. Oh, is it you? It might be... Yeah, it's... Okay, it's right here, actually. This is what I'm thinking of. See, this is like the only other place where we get that tile that isn't just in, like, the other thing. And this spot, we warp to. I think maybe one of the only, other spots is I think one of the one-off little songs we get takes us into some other weird spot. Was it underground or something like that? It's like one of these, like, narrow passages. I think there's one other spot where you warp. And it's just, like, in between two areas. And there just happens to be that same symbol. Like, the symbol very clearly is a, hey, there's a warping shenanigan going here. Oh, hey, the squirrel also has it. Squirrels have the warp. Oh, I guess the one the squirrels have is slightly different. Interesting. Because theirs and I think the one that you warp to both have, like, they're, like, filled in instead of empty. Oh gosh, my timing is so bad with everything now. It's okay. Okay, so this one is the empty. It's like the empty version. At any rate, so I've been trying to figure out since then. We were kind of messing with this theory, and I was looking at possible routes we could use to test this warp back here theory. The most obvious body of water is over here. Like, right here, we have a body of water, so it would send us back. It's fairly close. It has one slight teeny tiny issue, and that getting to it seems impossible. So you know, the smallest of obstacles. Uh, yeah, I don't see any reasonable way we could be getting here. We could maybe jump off of a... So one of the other, like, theorized things I was thinking was we could jump off of a bubble into this pit area. And the nice thing about doing this is that we could then, like, land here. And then this area wouldn't count. Where to go from there, honestly. Ah. And, like, this won't work. I don't think. Maybe this could work? Can we chain together... Well, like, how are we gonna chain together the frisbee? I guess that's my concern. Or wait, can we bubble wand here? Oh, wait, hold on. This might be it. This might be it. Well... Okay, well, I guess while we're here, we could do this. Now, that's, like, really... Okay. This... Okay. Okay, I think that's it. I think we can go through this section. It's gonna be, like, really terrible, but I think that's what we can do. Right. Well, my hopes of doing it this way are not working, so we're gonna have to use the wand. Okay. Uh. Ugh. Start with a non-down bubble. I suppose that's a possibility. Okay, so we can... Wait a second. Okay, we can kind of like bonk and do it. So different from what I'm used to, but I think that might be the move. Yeah. Oh, we could jump. Okay, okay. I'm a fool. Okay, 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 okay. I see. Hello, Mo! Welcome on in, Mo and Raiders. I hope you are doing well today. What are you up to? You were also playing some Animal Well. Nice. I hope your Animal Well was going well. Here, let me move away for a second so the dog isn't barking. But yeah. I hope it's been going well. I have been doing, I actually took a break from Animal Well. Today is a come back to it for some late game stuff after, not playing it for almost 6 months. But, we're trying a thing. We're trying to see if we can make an idea work. But, yeah, I hope you're doing well. For those coming in that don't know me, I am Dwarfwoot, aka Dwarf, aka Ryan. You can refer to me however you wish. And yes, we have with us Zagreus is here right now. We also have another cat, Oliver, who is somewhere else currently. But, yeah. Going well indeed, had a pretty productive session. Nice. Yeah, I will say, I don't know, like, where you are in Animal Well, but it definitely has been in the, very, like, rewarding, fun games to play. I'm a big fan of, like, big puzzle games and like Knowledge-vanias and Metroid Brainias and whatnot. It's been good. Um, yeah, if you were ending stream because you gotta go do stuff, don't feel obligated to stick around. If anyone does want to stick around, I don't know how long I'm going to be playing today. I'm gonna be trying. I'm gonna be trying this for a little bit. I'm trying to do a bunch of things that I'm very rusty at doing all at once. To see if we can get through a door. Um, but we'll see. Any recommendations after Animal Well? I would say depending on what you're leaning into. Yeah, Lorgan's got some good recommendations. Yeah, Void Stranger, really good option. Fez, one of the games that I think arguably like spawned a lot of the modern like puzzle platformers. Like like Fez, in my opinion, is like the Dune of puzzle platformer stuff. Like if they say if you read Dune, you'll see how Dune influenced a bunch of stuff. Um, Fez single-handedly like inspired a bunch of this kind of genre of game. Yeah, Hero Spirit, pretty good. I would say Lorelei and the Laser Eyes if you're looking for something that's just in the puzzle stuff. I would argue that Lorelei and the Laser Eyes does a lot of puzzle stuff, the best that I've seen it in a long time. They it's things that I really hope that games that come out in the future learn from because it's just got a lot of good stuff going in it. Environmental Station Alpha, if you want more of the Metroid style kind of thing. Environmental Station Alpha is getting a sequel sometime not too far in the future. The Hempuli, the creator of Environmental Station Alpha and Baba Is You, among other things, Hempuli has been working on a sequel for quite some time, and it's like starting to look really good. It's looking like it's in late stage development. I've been actually thinking if I wanted to do a replay of Environmental Station Alpha before the sequel comes out. All right, I know you said you've 100% the game. I have not 100%ed the game. So, what I'm trying to do right now, we had a theory, which I do believe has been confirmed now, that this little tile has meant that we're supposed to somehow warp here, and my theory was we're supposed to abuse the water warping mechanic, and that was I normally don't do like outside information, but I have been accepting some confirmations and some basic hints from Lorgan recently because we're kind of at a point where I'm probably gonna set the game aside, kind of thing. And it was confirmed that we're definitely on the right track. So, now I've been trying to figure out how to do that. And my current plan on how to do that is I'm going to go through this section very tediously to get to that water. I think that'll work. I think we can make that happen. I'm just really rusty at the game since I haven't played it in like almost 6 months, so trying to do a lot of the jumps I'm bad at. So if you want to see someone who's bad at jumps, you've come to the right place. We're here. We're gonna attempt jumps. Oh, you know. Yeah, Hero Spirit is interesting. A lot of the games that were recommended are games that uh, have a decent following. Hero Spirit is fascinating because it has very little following. Most people, I don't think, have ever heard of Hero Spirit. Um, so if you want if you want to play a game that very few people have actually like played, uh, Hero Spirit I think is a very good choice. Uh, it's it's a very interesting game. I don't know how far into it I am. I played it for like 3 days last week, and I am gonna play it more. I was going to play it for one of the. Oh, okay, hold on, wait. I have to think again. Okay, I think we want to land. We could just. No! We wanted to. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I probably should have waited for the bounce back. You know, in any other situation, the fact that we landed here wouldn't have bothered me whatsoever. Ugh, it's okay. Um, yeah, Hero Spirit. Hero Spirit's very interesting. I do hope that more people play Hero Spirit because I do think despite the game having some like negative aspects, I think most uh kind of big puzzle games generally I feel like there's something wrong with a lot of them. Ah ha 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 ha. Ooh. Wait. We might have a problem here. No, actually this isn't a problem. This isn't a problem. This is fine. Because we just jump on you again. This is okay. And then we switch to remote again. No! Okay, I lied. This was a problem. This was a problem. This was a problem. Okay, well, that's not good. I was practicing the plan from here. I was like, okay, we can make this work because we can bubble jump here. I hadn't considered this part. Why can't we use the remote from the Frisbee? You know, good individual blob. Can't you just use a remote from a Frisbee, please? Why are we consistently getting the smoke over there? I don't know if the smoke matters. But... Alright. I was feeling like we were really on to something with this when the bubble, like we could do it up there. But I don't know how I can get through that section. And if we can't get through that, like that kind of like kills the plan instantly. Unless, I mean, we could... Hold on. We need to really practice this, I think. Okay, so we were stand on here. Oh, God. I can't do this consistently. There's no way. There's no way. We got it like one out of these. Okay. Maybe that was the practice one. We're like here. Oh, no. I don't think there's any consistency to this. Oh, goodness. We have a redeem. One moment. One moment.
I'm not one to indulge in fizzy drinks often, but when I do, it's always Professor Peppy. There's something about that unique flavor that just hits the spot when I need a fizzy fix. It even outshines the taste of regular Dr. Pepper. However, my beloved Professor Peppy is not always available all year round at Aldi, and this needs to change. Professor Peppy has become more than just a drink for me and many others. It is an experience we look forward to. The limited availability of this product means we...
That's the sound of them dying because they don't get their Professor Peppy. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, Canis. Canis? Canis? Canis. Canis? Canis. Turned into a copy pasta. Amazing. Amazing. Alright. I think we're gonna try and look for another route. Unless there's not another route. Oh no. Here's my concern. My concern is that there might not be another route. But here's my other concern. What if we do need another route? Okay, well... Because if we go this way, we could bubble hop, bubble hop, bubble hop. And then we have, like, this fork, right? I want to go down, because we know that down here is this. The problem is, where do we go from here? And I don't have an answer for that. We can't go through this door. If we go through this door, are we... Like, we can't actually make this room work. Because this is in the way. This pillar looks very interesting. Are the other pillars like that? Like, this pillar has, like, a little Pac-Man on it for some reason. I don't know why. Ender! Hello, Ender. Yes, there is Doggo. We can't go that way. Like... What's the current shenanigans? The current shenanigans is... There's one thing that we kind of know how to do-ish, but not... Like, mechanically, I think I understand what I'm supposed to be doing. But I'm not sure if I'm actually trying to do it in the right spot. And the alternative spots don't seem to exist. So it kind of feels like it has to be the right spot, but I don't understand. Like, it almost feels like either what it wants is a really, really, like, masterful show of the, like, precision to the mechanics, or it wants something that I'm not seeing. And the amount of precision that it wants, I don't think I can reliably do, which I'm concerned about. Owie. 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 Oh, goodbye, cruel world. Yeah, so... Ender, you haven't played this, right? You should play this. You would like this game. I would say this game might be the closest game to Fez in terms of games like Fez that I've played. Due to watching Thor, that makes sense. Yeah, from what I understand on the community terminology, which is not a lot, it's basically what I've been told. But from what I understand, I think I'm currently working on layer 2? Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I think layer 2. Maybe layer 3. I think 2, though. I guess I'm not sure if layer 1 is just any percent, or if layer 1 is, like, I don't know where layer 1 ends. So depending on where layer 1 ends, affects whether or not I'm on 2 or 3. But, and from what I have been told, there is technically something that comes after this, but I don't know exactly to what end. think layer 1 is still credits, layer 2 is eggs. Yeah. Okay, so then we would be in 3. Like, by that definition, we're in 3. Because we are at post-egg. So, Ender, I think what's a little interesting with this game is that, like, I feel like it's pretty quick, like, early on that you see that it's not, like it's not just a Metroidvania, I guess. I feel like, I don't know, I guess early on in my playthrough, granted, I knew this was a puzzle game and I was looking for puzzle. So I guess if you didn't know what this game was and you went to go play it, maybe you wouldn't be looking for puzzle, and thus I could see, like, that being different. Extreme! Sup, Extreme. Yeah. I took a break from this game for almost 6 months. And we've come back to try doing something that we were just discussing, to my understanding, based on what I think the community calls it. I think I would be working on, like, the last bit of layer 3. But I might need to take a break from this specific spot, and I might need to go. There's 2 things I'm missing. There's 2, more specifically, we're collecting the bunnies. We're collecting the bunnies, and I think I want to go look for the other bunny, because I'm rusty at the mechanics. Since I didn't play for almost 6 months, basically, my actual mechanical performance is, lacking. And my best current theory on how we're supposed to do this involves going through making nearly perfect jumps over and over again. And, that's not gonna go well. I mean, honestly, the perfect jumps are just for the first part, so it's like a perfect jump to go into here, and then probably, yeah, because we messed up with, so yeah, probably a perfect jump to go into here, and then a jump for this. Oh, the animation is accurate. Thank you. It's not, I'm gonna be honest here. As much as I wish that the hands on the tuber match the actual inputs, there isn't a technology to make that actually happen. There are, like, you know, controller input technology things, but not that would work with the tuber. So it is unfortunately not actually accurate to inputs, but it makes me smile. At some point, I have been thinking about making technology. Let's see. Yeah. At some point, I do plan on making a version so that if I'm not actively playing, will switch so that the arms aren't moving. So at least the arms are only moving if I'm playing. But yeah, the general illusion feels good. I think it feels very nice. There was originally a plan to maybe have it all be accurate, but I should really message Landy and see what Landy's thoughts are about it. I use LandyTube, and Landy is very, very, like, open to, like, being questioned about stuff and answering questions. So I do wonder if Landy would have a thought on me wanting to make the controller actually accurate. They might have an idea. Yeah, Ender, the tricky thing would be, though, like, so normally controller, normally the way you would do that is each button is a separate image, right? But with the tuber, we don't have each button as a separate image. At best, we could maybe make each arm we could maybe make each arm a separate thing. But all of this has to be done through like LandyTube in some way. Otherwise, it wouldn't match the other things with the tuber. Like there's a very subtle like bounce while talking, and that wouldn't match if it's not done with LandyTube itself. You know? It would be cute to have things light up though. And the other thing Torny and I have talked about with the tuber is if we did ever make accurate buttons, how do we account for the shoulder buttons? We could just ignore them. We could also just have them light up. Torny came up with an idea of having a foot pedal that like how a drum set, the foot pedal.
They just have the bum bum bum.
Yeah,
bum.
on a drum set, the foot pedal controls a little arm that bonks the drum. That would be very funny. Smacks it with the hat. Yeah. Okay. I think we're gonna go wander. We're gonna spend a little bit. We're gonna come back to this in a little bit. We're gonna wander around. Which one? Here, you know what? Let me pull up my notes. We can answer the bunny's question with the notes. There we go. There we go. Bunny sleuthing. It's been a long time since I looked at these notes. So we have, let's see. This is not completely accurate anymore either. There was a bunny in front of each. Oh, okay. So this bunny. Do I list these out somewhere? Solved bunnies. Okay, so like here's a list. Here's a list of like definitively solved bunnies. We solved this, which ended up being related to the starts. We solved this. We named a bunny Sparkle Farts because the bunny farts sparkles. This was very cool. I kind of wish that the game did this a little differently. Mostly because we had the ability for this to happen and it didn't happen. This was like slightly hinted at. I forgot what happened. I think somebody mentioned that something would have happened if I had something like they were like, well, this would have worked better if the game came out forever ago because everyone had one of these. And I was like, what would someone have that I don't have? And then I was like, wait a second. They mean like if you don't have a printer? I was like, I have a printer. It's just not turned on. I don't turn it on. Like, I don't leave it on. That dries out your ink. So then we went and came back to the room with the printer turned on and it all worked. Ender, there is an alternative. So the alternative actually spawned the discussion that ended up leading to this. I think somebody mentioned a room being related to the alternative, and I was like, what? This would actually be one of my gripes with this game. I think the implementation of the alternative doesn't make sense as an alternative for this. It's a separate thing, and the computer that does this doesn't lead you to looking for the alternative if you don't have your printer turned on. Like, I don't know. It was a whole thing. I think this game has some flaws because of stuff like that. I think it's a little the game expects people to be kind of sharing information more than I think is reasonable for this kind of game. but that's okay. Which, on that note, speaking of more than reasonable information sharing, um, this this we solved using a website. There is, I don't think I have the link to it handy right this minute. Um, but in an effort to make this game more like playable single player, some fans created a really cool website that basically gives you all of the pieces you need to do this, and then you can do it. So we did solve this on stream with the aid of this website. Yes, Ender, it's not technically impossible to solve it single player, in the same sense that like the this could be done. Like you could technically get a bunch of files to that point to go solve it, but it would be absurd. This would be an absurd thing to solve single player. I personally, this is one of these things that I like don't love the philosophy of. I think, I don't know, I like community things are cool, but I like community things to be like outside of the game, you know, like unlocking content. This has been discussed for a few games. Like The Binding of Isaac has had lots of community things that what the community stuff did was unlock something that got added to the game itself as like an update. I think that kind of thing is cool. So if you wanted to have a community thing, have the community thing, you know, in a community space separate from in the game. I don't know. That's it. It's a thing. I just think it's kind of unnecessary. It's just one of the things I find a slight game flaw. It's with this, but that's okay. Yeah, that's my point, Ender, is that like I feel like the game overall should be a self-contained experience. Thank you for the follow, Water. If you go, I guess what it is, I'm trying to think of my thoughts on it. If a game is a single-player game, the game should be expected to be able to be beaten single-player. If there's gonna be like a secret like ARG thing going on or something like that, that's fine. If you want to have this other thing that goes with a community, but that shouldn't feel like it's part of the main game. These bunnies feel like they're part of the main game, so this be like requiring a community thing, I think feels kind of bad. We solved this. This screenshot, I think, is actually an older copy of the screenshot. I don't remember, but we did go hunting for this. Let's see. We got this. So yeah, this was a series of screenshots from what bunnies I had before I actually like went bunny hunting proper. So this screenshot does not actually include all of them now. But I figured it was a good way to kind of show people what I have. So we're missing this one. There was 2 here that we were missing. 1 here. I don't think these 2 statues actually count. I think somebody mentioned that. We were missing these 2, this one. This one, this one, this one? From what I know, since we went and got more, I'm missing either 2 or 3 now. We could probably go back to that area and go check. Oh! This was hints. So we did ask for, basically after I wandered around for a couple of hours in the last Animal Well stream, I believe Lorgan provided a couple of hints. The hints were there was one hint of the ghost dog I had theories about the dog. but I wasn't finding anything. And Lorgan did confirm that there was some sort of bunny statue we need to find. Similarly, there was the Strange Nook hint, which the Strange Nook hint is what we've actually been working on this whole time. Anyway, so that's where we're at. Look at all these animal well-known. Look at all this nonsense. This was my eggs. I was noting the eggs as we found them. So we have all of our eggs noted. Blur of shame. Why? Hold on. Wait a moment. Oh, that's why the screenshot. We spent so long looking for this one pillar that the game hides from you with some vines. This was the last pillar. I'm trying to remember if I found this and then after finding it, Lorgan posted the clip of me walking past it earlier, like that very like stream. Or, like, while I was looking, I was actively looking for it, and walked right past it. I can't remember if we found it first or not, though. But, yeah, this is a screenshot of our Part 7 stream, where I was wandering around looking for this exact pillar. Anyway, I have some chat to catch up on. Also, I don't think I said hello to a red sail. Hi, I hope you're doing well today. I've argued there's a middle ground where, like, there should be an icon that all gamers could know this is related. Oh yeah, that actually was talked about, I think, when we were first doing the LCD bunny. I think my thing is, I think it's good to signal. There should, I would agree that there should maybe be some, like some sort of agreed upon symbol to mark something as being community content. Like it's gonna require more than one gameplay to understand. And you could even do that. One of the things I was reading about earlier today is how, a thing called, what is it called? Is it Omron? Oh gosh, hold on. Wait a moment, I gotta go find it again. One of the things it's called is Urian constellation. But, named after, the Orion constellation, which is what the symbol, like, actually is. But, a potentially, it's like a hidden thing, but a potentially real term is Omron rings. So this, basically, I feel like you could do something like this, but, in a more obvious manner, to basically signal that something there has to do with a community thing. The idea being that it's not really obvious at a glance, but if you're looking for it, it's there. It's pretty, it would be a pretty nice concept, I think. And part of this is that a lot of software just got it added, like, secretly. Like, this symbol got added to a bunch of things, and then a lot of technology secretly, like... So, Ender, that's the whole thing. There are, like, game conventions and things where developers, like, meet together and, like, discuss things. So, if you could get a bunch of, like, developers and companies to kind of agree on something like this, I think it could work. And I think you could do that. Like, I don't think that's not possible. Um, for example, this symbol, this thing that I just linked to, basically exists in a ton of stuff. Like, this symbol is hidden in a bunch of currencies and a bunch of legal things from all, like, the entire world. And a lot of technology, like a lot of image editing software, a lot of, like, basically all printers, like, a lot of stuff is already, like, looking for this symbol. Like, it just was decided upon one day and then added in secret. like in secret, everything added this into it. Similarly, there's also a thing where, like, I think it's a Xerox started a thing in, like, the 90s where they secretly print a bunch of printer information onto every page of anything that you print with one of their printers. And shortly after they started doing it, basically every other major printer company started doing that too. They just do it in a way that, like, the human eye can't see it. But that way if their printers are ever used for something, like, malicious, you can actually kind of track it. So it's kind of very, very fascinating stuff. But that the whole printer thing was apparently being done. It was being done for about 20 years before the public was aware of it, because it was, again, just being done in the background. Like, they decided to start doing it so that there was kind of a way to look into things more, and it got adopted by other companies. Like, and yeah, Lorgan, I agree. If Fez had marked things a certain way, that would have gone into all games, like, going forward, because Fez is what inspired, again, basically all of the big puzzle genre, like puzzle platformer genre that involves, like, meta puzzle and whatnot. They all take a lot of inspiration from Fez. Yeah, Metroid Brainia to an extent, yeah. Like, it depends on which aspects. But yeah, they all very, very show inspiration from Fez. And a lot of them have nods to Fez in them. So, alright. I will be right back. I'm gonna take a short little break. Multi-layered puzzle game, yeah. I know the terminology I've started seeing popping up more ever since Adam Millard was trying to spread it was discovery game, because that applies to games that aren't like there's flaws in Metroid Brainia, there's flaws in Knowledge Vania, especially, like, in Knowledge Vania's case, it's very funny because even though it's a better term overall, the Vania part's not really relevant most of the time. So yeah, that is the issue. Discovery game doesn't sound as fun as a genre, but also it's more applicable to games where you have to make big discoveries. And, like, Metroid Brainia has a weird thing in that Metroid Brainia implies it's going to be a Metroid-like, and a lot of them aren't. And then, like, Knowledge Vania doesn't feel like a Metroid-like. The Vania part still sounds like it's maybe Metroidvania-like, maybe. And a lot of them do use that lock and key mechanic, but then it also depends. Like, to me, a Metroid Brainia is a game that's more Metroid-like, but then has puzzle elements in it. Which might be, like, minor puzzles. They could be bigger puzzles, but they could just be minor puzzles. It doesn't necessarily mean it has, like, meta puzzles going on. And then, like, a Knowledge Vania would be something where knowledge itself counts as an item. Like, if you learn something, you now permanently have that item. You can't unknow that thing. If knowing this lets you do something different in the game all of a sudden, the same way that, like, collecting double jump would let you do something different in the game, to me that becomes a Knowledge Vania. And then, yeah, you get into some, like, weird stuff where games are tangentially in these categories. But so I do like Discovery Game, because Discovery Game, I think, is more meaningful to what you're probably talking about in a lot of cases without having these weird edge cases. Yes, all the treats. Again, I'm going to take a break real quick. When I come back, we will do the treats, and then we're going to go, I think, search for the statue for a little bit so that I can kind of get used to the mechanics of the game again and not be messing up my jumps as much. Alright, BRB. Alright. I am back. Um... So, I did notice that Oliver is sleeping. So, I might just do Zag treats and then Oliver treats later. I don't know. Kiddo is smashing on the keyboard, so gonna close the laptop. Alright, Mo. Thanks for coming in. I hope you have a wonderful evening. It's interesting that Super Metroid is a bit of a knowledge mania, as learning some movement completely changes the game. That is true. There's like literally two major mechanics in Super Metroid that are never. So now this is an interesting thing because they're not. I guess it's indirectly taught to you. One of them is taught to you by watching, right? Like the game doesn't just say, by the way, you have this ability, but you're forced to learn an ability to make progress, if I remember right. It's been a really long time since I played Super Metroid. So. Alright. Let's yes, we'll go ahead and do... Maybe I'll do a Zaggy treat. I don't know if I'll do all of them. Well, okay, now he just left. I got the treats out and he left? What the hell? Did you not want one? Okay, maybe we'll wait for the cats to be awake. Proper. Because Zag is just like gone. Yeah. Maybe he didn't feel comfortable about treat time with Oliver not being here.
Baby, he's being so cute.
Alright. We did get me a treat, though. We got some chips and dip. Wait, is Oliver in here now?
Yeah.
Alright, well, if you got up. Hold on. I suppose.
I think he heard me. Okay. Come on, boys.
We got some treats.
Honey bunny birdie boo.
Alright. Let's see here. How many treats got redeemed? Let me go open my alerts here. We have a treat to each cat from Ender. We have
Babies. They're being so cute.
we have a treat to each cat from Bear. We have the treat ritual from Ender.
Come on.
Ender.
You want a treat?
All right, so I believe that's three treats each cat.
Staring at me. Oh. Oh God, there's a great big drool mark on my hand now.
One. Two. Three. Alright. Let's see here. So, re-looking at the hints, we did see our hint about looking for the statue was northeast. So, we could maybe go to the northeastern room and then go back from there. Northeastern room. Does bird? Bird's not the most northeastern. Bear? Probably bear. Yeah. Hmm. It actually might be faster. Hold on. Ender, that's a great question. I think, from what I understand of how this game exists, I don't know if there are rooms in the game in the sense that, like, in the way that you're traditionally thinking about rooms being loaded in. I think kind of everything always exists to some extent. Either that, or like very key areas are constantly being loaded in. Like this area could always exist, and then the other teleport areas could always exist. Yeah, that was my understanding. It's like so it could be that any room that has that one tile, that circle tile, could always kind of exist. That area is set to never be unloaded. Yeah, so the any areas that have warp related stuff have this tile. So that tile seems to signify some sort of warping. It's just all in RAM all at once. Yeah, I could see that. I could see the whole game literally always existing. Why are we doing this the slow way? There we go. Mm. Monkey. That's not what I meant to do. Alright. So, this is the northeasternest part. So what if somewhere we're looking for like a statue? Get paranoid that room sound effects are puzzle elements. I mean, they could be. Depends on the game. Granted, I'm not a huge fan of like audio-based puzzles, but I really like it. So, the reason I like visual puzzles over like audio-based puzzles is that visual puzzles I can open up an image editing software and tweak so that I can see them better. Audio-based puzzles I probably wouldn't actually have as many issues with if I could easily do that. But I'm not really educated in using any sort of audio software that would let me do that. So, I feel like I need to learn that. Panther, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. But like, I don't know. I think that I really need to spend some time and learn how to use like software that's used for what's it called? The thing. Oh, we need to wake you up. That's right. Software that's used to like see images in audio files and stuff like that. Because that's one of those things where I just don't know. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, like spectrograms, yeah. And I don't know if you can see like bless you. I don't know if you can see like spectrograms in Audacity. I don't know. I have very basic understanding of how to use Audacity. I use it every now and then, but horny read that's interesting. Just I don't know what this is for, but there's a request for you to read a sentence.
I mean, I guess I'll read it out loud. I don't know what it's for. I do know who Angela Lansbury is, but I don't know who Kevin Kline... It sounds familiar. Anyway, I need a quick sanity check. Do you know who Angela Lansbury and or Kevin Kline are?
Thank you. Thank you for reading this.
You're welcome. I assume Kevin Kline is also.
Yeah. Panther GG3 stream streak. We're found the 20 voice is cursed. Well, you know, there's many voices in people's heads. One of the things that's been bothering me for like this whole playthrough is that I still don't know what this symbol means. And this symbol has been on multiple things. Like, This symbol has shown up in like 2 or 3 areas. This little sun symbol. Yeah, little pinwheel symbol. Mentioned Angela Lansbury and Kevin Kline in another chat. Nobody knew who they were. I am a terrible knowing of people myself. I basically know who no one is. I'm really bad with names. So a lot of times if I see a picture of someone, I might recognize them from something. But if I'm just asked, like, oh, do you know who X is? I'll be like, no. No, I do not. Hello, Bluebell. Bluebell? Probably Bluebell. I hope you're doing well today. Oh, right, you can hurt me even though I'm in the map. That's right, that's right. Let's see, here's the little pinwheel symbol again. I'm trying to remember how to do this. It's like, we can get like a super jump, but I don't remember how to do it. No, we can do... So, like, I can get up to this area I'm going to very easily. I could have sworn that when I was last playing this, I could do it using this. And so, I'm trying to see if I can still do it using this. Because that's one of the things I'm just trying to do, is, like, get used to doing movement tech again. Oh, we can get on this side. The other side I'm struggling with, but that's okay. How closely does the pinwheel match the wheel? Not Not super closely, I don't think. I don't see any sign of thingy in here. Statue. We're looking for the statue. We're looking for a missing bunny dog statue. Hummingbird is evil, that's true. If only we had a complete screenshot map! I know. If only! If only. Rogue. And it's just Lorgan over the last few years has been working on a tool made for like Metroidvanias and really any game where you might want like your own map and or notes, and part of what the tool does is essentially let you take a screenshot of every room you enter in the game, and then it helps you stitch all those screenshots together. And so Lorgan used it for a playthrough of this game, and it was very helpful because you know, you could go reference stuff like the little map that the game gives you obviously doesn't really give you enough information to use it. Have I seen Biomorph? I've heard of Biomorph. I don't know if I've ever seen Biomorph actually being played. What tool is this? It's a tool that isn't publicly released in any way, shape, or form right now. It's a tool that I want to exist for the public so badly. So very badly. It'd be so good. Oh. I forgot. Did we go up from here? Let's go this way. Ah. Nope. Ah. Oh. Oh, this was the area that we teleported into. That's right. One of our warping things warped us here. I feel like these flowers are gonna matter, but I've said that before too. It sounds like a super cool tool. It is. It is a super cool tool. Unfortunately, it did have a major setback because I'm pretty sure it was like it was affected by a big computer issue that Lorgan had earlier in the year. I think its progress on it got set back quite a bit. Pin certain things, and there's a button to screenshot and pin your position on map. And you hover. Oh! That's really cool. That's part of Biomorph. I'll have to play Biomorph. That sounds like a pretty cool feature. I'm all about like this is the thing I've been saying for a while, especially since playing Lorelei. I just really think that puzzle games need to learn from the really good quality of life things of other puzzle games to go forward. There's just so many good things that should be being done. Yeah. And I would even go a step further and say that every game that has like a usable in-game map should maybe let you not just have the regular like colorful pins, but also let you like the idea of pinning an actual note to the pins or an image or something. Like so many games have pins, but the pins themselves aren't really like useful. Okay, we're back here. Are there just faces in the background of some of these areas? Like right here. This kind of looks like a face that's just floating. But no matter how I change the lighting, it doesn't look like anything changes about it. Hmm. That's true. We do tend to see faces in these. It's just weird because it's like the random swooshy. Here's what there's for maximum compatibility. Choose your location. Choose a number. This is the number of signs the polygon will have for visual pin. Then you choose a hex code color, and then put text to be displayed if you hover the pin. Yeah, I could see that. A big thing in design is just how you do need things that are like simple to use at a base. Like generally, you want things that are simple to use by people that don't want the complexity, but allow for complexity by people that do want it, right? Yeah, like with this pin, the pin suggestion, if every time you needed to place a pin, you needed to go set all these settings, that would be terrible, and people would not enjoy that. There'd be people who are like, man, I really love I can make really in-depth pins, but the majority of people would find it to be really, really tedious. Guess what we just found? Guess what we just found? We're on to you, you son of a gun! Okay. Did we find our sanity? I don't know if I would go that far. So where are we? Okay. So we summon the doggo. And then we go there. Okay, that's not too bad. We should probably go through that puzzle loop once, or see if there's an alternate way around it really quick. Like, can we just go down this way instead? That's not looking like a yes. That's looking like a no. Alright, let's see here. Okay. Do we have to get through all this? I don't think we'd have to get through all this. I think we can just warp after that. You know, here's the weird thing. I think I actually do have a note about this. I think I forgot. Hold on. Let me open up my notes. One moment. This feels really familiar. Like as in familiar, like I think I commented on this or took a screenshot of it or something and forgot. Um let's see. Lorgan, so help me God. Can we somehow fund the Lorgan, please patch up mapping tool and release a beta to the public fund? Or you know what? On my next weekend, we'll just have it'll be a stream doesn't end until mapping tool comes out stream. We'll just start a stream and start playing random puzzle games and crying the whole time. It'll be great. Okay, let me open up my screenshots folder. Maybe it's like a regular screenshot. I have so many Animal Well screenshots, oh my goodness. Okay, I do not have a screenshot of it. We did not screenshot the thing. I'm sure that I just like commented on it then. I probably thought it was very funny looking at the time. I've not played Blueprints, no. Ender, Blueprints is on my like list of things I've been wanting to play, but I was waiting for like the general hype, like all the people that are playing Blueprints right now. I'm waiting for them to kind of all finish their playthroughs so that people can hang out without feeling like they don't want to watch stream. And then I was waiting for all the when really big popular puzzle games come out, I do also like to wait a little bit for patches, like Animal Well. I'm playing Animal Well like a year after it started, basically. And Animal Well got a bunch of little patches. I think Blueprints has also gotten a bunch of patches. Molten! Hi, Molten. I hope you're doing well today. Alright. I don't think this will be too bad. So, we have got to go... We gotta go back. I don't know where the best place to go is. Maybe... Okay. What about other B games? Do you hate the letter B specifically? Balatro, Biomorph, Blueprints. What's with all the B games you haven't played? I missed all your messages. I'm so sorry. Something going on. Do we need to talk? Why are you avoiding B games? I don't think I'm avoiding. Surely there's B games I've played. But hold on. Little Steam library. Animal Well is the closest thing to Rain World I've ever experienced that wasn't Rain World. Interesting. Yeah. Rainworld. I know. I've been told by a few people that Rainworld really gets into interesting knowledge kind of stuff. Basically, what I was told about Rainworld is that you kind of have to finish like the first, like finish the base game, and then the game really opens up. Like the interestingness of the game kind of opens up from there, and I am really excited for that. I definitely need a little bit to process this, what we've done so far in Rainworld. There is like it's interesting. It's very punishing. Okay. I can sort my games alphabetically, right? Surely there's a way to sort games alphabetically. Sort there, alphabetically. B. I've played Billionaire. Baba Is You. There. Baba Is You. I've put a lot of hours into Baba Is You. Ooh, wow. Our list of games that start with a B is very small. It's Baba Is You and Billionaire for games that I've played. And Balatro. Balatro has been played. I still need to play Bo, Path of the Teal Lotus. Still need to play Bite the Bullet. I don't remember who recommended Bite the Bullet, but that's in a list. I have a little list of some games on Steam that I've marked as ones I want to play sooner rather than later, and I've put Bite the Bullet in there. So, all right. Probably Bird is closest to where we want to be. John! Hi, John. I hope you're doing well today. Dang, I probably shouldn't have hopped, like, all the way over here. There is still... I just want to point out, there is still a hidden thing up there that we need to somehow break glass for. Like, still. Like, I'm baffled. I'm baffled by that. It's right above us. It's right there. We can see it. Like, this right here, this glass is directly above the breakable floor tiles. So somehow, we're gonna be able to break this piece of glass to get left. Which is just weird. Well, no, left is that one room. There was so little biomorph. Yeah. I don't remember. Is Biomorph the one that Ali did at GDQ recently? 71 people watching Rainworld streams, that's the most. Yeah. A lot of the games do fall off on people watching them after a bit. I was asking. I think that's what Ali ran at one of the GDQs. If so, then I've seen a tiny bit of it, but I basically haven't even seen really anyone play Biomorph, so I don't know very much. And there's a lot of games though that I've only played because it just happened to be like recommended at the right time when I was looking for a game. Alright, so here's the plan. We take this. We warp. We're going bear. We're gonna wait for this dude to be here. What are we gonna end up needing? I don't know. I don't know if we actually need anything. We'll take Bubble. Bubble is just useful. We're gonna wait. We want Doggo to get here. Ah! Okay. God, I wasn't scared. You're scared. We're gonna go this way. 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 We're not panicking. We're not panicking. We are not panicking. Now you might think, oh my God, Jesus Christ! No, 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 no! Leave me alone! Leave me alone, bunny! Okay, did we get the bunny? I think we got the bunny. Okay, okay. Now we gotta go put the doggo back. Oh no! Okay, okay. We go. We go. We go. We go. We go. We go. Oh no! Oh no! Go 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 go. Okay, we go. We go. We go. We go. Eh. Put that down back where it came from. Okay. There we go. Oh. Put that dog back where it came from, or so help me.
So help me, so help me, so help me.
Oh, gosh. That really stresses me out every time. But, we did it. Beat Rivalette. I don't know what Rivalette means, but excellent. Alright. Well, let's go check the bunny place then. So then if I'm right, we're only missing one bun. I forgot. Do we have a warp song just for bunny place? I feel like we have something. Warp to Well? I think Warp to Well is it. I think that's what I want. Okay, so Warp to Well is down right, up left, down right, up left, down right, up left, down right, up left. There we go. Third downpour campaign. Ah, I see, I see. Alright, you. Whoop. Womp. Okay. So, starting from the very far left. Oh, I forgot how fun the jumping is here. Okay. We got you. We've got you. Oh, this isn't this one, is it? Let's just double check. Okay, so we're missing this one. Whichever one the third bunny is, we're currently missing. I don't know if the size of the pillars means anything. That's kind of interesting. I didn't really pay attention to that before, but so we're missing the third one, 4, 5, 6. We're missing the sixth one. Yummy. Hey, Yummy. Thank you. But yeah, I hope you're doing well today. I put Animal Well off for a while. I was actually just talking about this earlier. I put a lot of games off when they first come out. In part because I want to like wait for patches and things to come out. Also because I already have a backlog. And also because then usually other people have time to play games. So if they want to hang out, they don't feel like they have to avoid it. Oh no! The depressed and drunk! I have been there. I am sorry you're not doing so hot right now. Animal World's getting it like I was saying that when a game comes out, usually there's like patches within the first like year of them coming out. So like bug fixes or things like that. I don't know if Animal Well ended up getting patched or not ever. Okay. Yeah, so 3 we're missing. Alright, Molten. Molten, I'll probably be returning to Rain World either later this week or next week. I don't think I'm going to play it today, and I already have other plans for tomorrow. But yeah, if you keep an eye out, there will be, like, we're not leaving Rain World, don't worry. It's just going to be a while. It's just going to be, like, a few days. Rain World more like Pain World. It is Pain World, that's true. I have not played Bug Fables. Bug Fables was another game recommended to me, though. Okay, we already established we don't think that these ones count. Oh, we're missing this one, too? Interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Lorgan, we might need hints. Lorgan, we're missing more bunnies than I thought we were missing. Count how many we have. Okay, we'll go... Here, let's go back to the beginning. We'll go back to the beginning to count how many we have. This is farts a lot, right there. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Why are you so far away? Anyway, so 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I have 15 bunnies. So from what I can tell, I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I appear to be missing 5 bunnies. Brotato is a big game. Brotato I have played a little bit on Switch. I haven't streamed it. But I have played a little bit of it. I know there's that one screenshot that made it look like this dude just gives us a bunny. But, wait, there are 16 bunnies you can get in the game? How many did I say I have? Did I say I have 15? Wait, so we are just missing the one? You mean to tell me that the statues are lying to me? I think that that's very rude. I think the statues lying is a very rude thing on account of, like, you know, a game that's basically rendering everything through code. It's not even rendering stuff as, like, actual sprites. So I feel like they could not lie to me about this. Aren't there other statues in the altar room? Maybe. I suppose this means we have to go try that one thing more now. I don't want to try the one thing more. Oh, right. We can't do that. It's fascinating to me that this area is, like, lighting up. Okay. We're gonna have to just practice this and we're gonna have to get good. Ugh, I'm terrible at getting good. Let's go here. Alright, we're gonna ask another question, because I would rather practice the correct thing instead of the wrong thing. Oh, fuck, I don't know why I just jumped down there.
I'm sorry.
I did not mean to jump down here. Get the ball, get the ball, get the ball, not me. Okay, the thing that I'm gonna ask. I'm trying to think of how to phrase the question. Would you say that most people that do this thing do it by going through this transition, like this right here? Oh, actually, I just had another idea. So, okay, my thinking... Hold on, here's my new idea. Basically, what I was trying to do is I was trying to do a really precise input. So we're gonna jump off of that, right? We're gonna bubble. We're gonna do a really precise frisbee into here. And then we were going to do a lot of precise things. We were going to jump off and land on here, and then remote up. And then it looks like I would need to do a really precise jump from here to do that, which I didn't mean to jump forward, but then we'd land like this. it was gonna be a lot of very, very precise things. And then the, like, bubble path through here, which was gonna be terrible. Basically, I'm really not looking forward to this. My new idea, though, the reason we had to go this way, I guess, let me rewind a little bit, is because we need to go somewhere where we can toggle this. When I was looking at paths this morning, I was like, well, we could go left, and we could maybe go left and then up. The problem with going left and then up, though, was that there wasn't one of the toggles. So we couldn't actually toggle the thing. But we could go in here to toggle the thing, and then... Oh, we still... Oh, no. Yeah. And then basically do one of these. Oh no! Alright, well, we then, you know, maybe when we get out of here, we, do some of those. Because I think that this will be a lot less precise and a lot easier to actually do. Because, like, we can do this all day long. Like, we could just keep doing that, right? Oh! Well, you know, if we're not a fool. The actual biggest issue with doing it is this part that we're about to get to. Yeah. We need to, like, really line that up. So Yami, the PNG tuber, as much as I really wish that it was accurate to gameplay, it is unfortunately not accurate to gameplay. That was actually something we were talking about earlier, is that I do like the idea. Oh god, I fell again. No! Oh no, leave me alone, doggos! I swear I'm not the enemy! Anyway, as much as I really love the idea of finding a way to set it up to be accurate, it definitely, like, some sort of different technology than what I'm using would need to be implemented, which makes it difficult. Okay, so we can hop over that, and then what we would want to be doing... No, it's not falling! No! We need a fruit. We need a fruit. Any fruits? So it's really easy to make, like, images that go to, like, inputs, but we run into an issue, like, with the tuber, you know, like, I can press two buttons, basically like what you already brought up, right? What happens if I'm doing inputs that we can't really show? Which we could cheat and just have priority inputs, you know, you look through a list and you just say, okay, well, if A is being pressed, A is what we show. If A and B are being pressed, we'll still show A. If B is being pressed, we'll show B, kind of thing. Like, just whichever is the first for each arm. But all of that would require, though, one difference, which is the PNG Tuber software that I'm using. It's handling some other things. It's handling switching the images. It doesn't, as far as I know, it doesn't have a way to support separating out the arms like I would need to do. So it would be like 3 separate groupings, kind of like the arm grouping and then the other arm grouping. I was saying earlier, actually, because this got brought up like an hour ago, and I was saying, oh, I don't know why I did that. Anyway, I was saying earlier that I wait. Does that reset my? Does it matter that I haven't saved in so long? I don't think it matters. Anyway, I was saying that I might message Landy. I use LandyTube, and I might post a message in Landy's server about it, because I do think it would be really cool to set it up like that. But I would need to know if Landy knows of some way to support that. Yeah, the instances would all have to be synced, because part of what it's handling is like there's the very slight most PNG tuber software does a slight like image like tweening, you know, the squishing, the smooshing, and the bouncing and stuff when there's voice coming out, which kind of makes it feel less static. So we would need all of those to be in sync, so it needs to handle it all at once. So I don't know. I've never brought it up with Landy before. I brought up a different thing that it turns out it's kind of like an oversight in LandyTube, but they don't have a good way to fix it, and it's a really niche thing that only affects really me. So I just came up with a workaround for the other thing. But honestly, over the couple of years that we've had the tuber, couple of years? Has it been 2 years? Has the tuber been 1 year or 2 year? I don't remember.
2.
I think it's been 2.
Least.
But over the year or two that we've had the tuber, I've been pretty happy with how the arm movement works in general. The open source experience, running into issues exclusive to the population of yourself. Yeah. Yeah, the specific issue is that most people don't actually stream with push to talk, which I use push to talk. And most software just doesn't essentially consider push to talk. Like, it doesn't factor it in at all. So LandyTube does not properly support push to talk, and Landy wasn't particularly interested in going out of the way to find a way to make it support it when like that's not just common. Like, it's such a small population of people that use it. What reason do I have a push truck? So my partner and I have side-by-side desks is one of the big reasons. So, like, if she's ever talking, you can also hear her.
Yeah.
Which is fine and dandy, except we usually both don't wear headphones, and so like she also like will watch videos and things. So if I left the mic open all the time, then you would constantly hear whatever's going on. And the microphone is pretty good about knowing, like, if I'm talking, that's what it should like focus on. But if it's left open air and there's not me talking, then it starts to focus on like other audio. It's not quite enough. Yeah, we're this close together, but it's not quite enough of a directional microphone. That's one of the things I've thought about getting. Would be like a more specialized directional microphone that doesn't pick up anything other than what it's pointing to. But when I was briefly looking into it, I wasn't really sure what to get, and My current microphone, which is a Yeti Blue, I believe, I got as a gift from Snuggie, actually. And even in its directional setting, it still picks up like other stuff. So yeah, Blue Yeti, pretty solid microphone. Prior to this, my older streams were all using this random third party like $10 microphone from a brand that was trying to sound like Samsung but wasn't Samsung. It was like Samsung or something like that. It was very funny. But yeah. It was fine. It started having an issue though, so ended up switching to this microphone. And then when the cable that I was using, I think the microphone issue I was having with the other microphone actually was a cable issue, but I didn't realize that until later. So when I started having a similar issue with this microphone, I temporarily, while I was ordering a new cable, I was using Torny's microphone. Ooh, hers is a pretty decent microphone. It is also, I think, like a random third-party mic, but pretty decent. Yeah. Oh no, I know there's better microphones. The thing is, this one was free. I got it as a gift. Thus, pretty great for me, who does not have very much money. I live in what some people call poverty. So, we kind of take what we can get to some extent, you know? Yeah, free is just great value. It's like, over time, I, slowly upgrade stream stuff, but, definitely gonna prioritize things that are actually a problem. Like, the microphone situation, not an actual problem, even though better options exist. Okay. So... what? Nope. Let's reset the dots. I find it very funny that, like, the Shrisby will kind of, like, go into the floor slightly. Oh, okay. Nope, we fucked up. That's okay. I wasn't expecting to make it. Okay, I think this turnaround method might be really good, though. Do you want back seating? It may or may not be helpful, as I never executed this and don't recall. It's gonna be my... yeah, the first... yeah. Yeah, I just realized that, like, instead of trying to do the bonk, I would maybe be easier to do a turnaround, because I knew that wall counted as a turnaround. So I think we'll practice that a little bit, and that might be easier. Mics have gotten surprisingly cheap. You know, it was like $60 for a better quality shock mount mic. Though without mic arm, poverty. Just surprised it's gotten as low as $60. Yeah. Yeah, and this, like, I've always used a desk mic, and, amazingly, my previous microphone was a low enough quality that it didn't pick up a lot of background noise, and then when I switched to this microphone, that became a new issue, was all the background noise. And so I never knew that like OBS just lets you. It has like basic filtering that you can enable. So I wasn't doing filtering before, and now we have filtering, which is nice. Okay. We gotta practice this a little bit more. Okay. There. Okay, we're on it. So now, here's the question. If we... No, we need it to be like this. Okay, okay. Okay. Now we need a wand, because as soon as we get out here, we need to do this and jump. Okay. Okay. No, we fucked up! We fucked up! No! Okay. I still think this is gonna be easier than trying to deal with going through this area. We can't go down again, right? Yeah, if we were to go down again, we just lose. Think? Oh, Lorgan, a really good trick for getting rid of the breathing into the microphone issue is push to talk. Boom, nailed it. Finally, my method of microphone usage comes in and saves the day. No breathing into the microphone issue if the microphone is literally dead when I'm not talking. And here I was just not breathing. True. Other option. Panther, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I do need to go get another drink. I did finish my current drink. Oh! The low frisbee tossed. Oh, that's huge. That makes this a lot more reasonable. Oh. Okay, the reason we were trying to take a different route is because the last time I got this far, we did this. And this is bad. This is, that's bad, right? So I was like, oh no, we have to do the hop, which, wow, I managed to do the hop, like, why is it that when I'm just showing it as an example, we do the, like, hop maneuver perfectly the first try? Anyway. And I was like, the hop's gonna be terrible, because we're just gonna randomly lose over and over again to the hop. But then it occurred to me, the whole thing that I've been using to get in here now is making sure to throw that there, right? So... So why can't we just throw it from the top? And it turns out we can. Turns out we can in fact do that. Okay. Alright. We're maybe simplifying this. I think we're maybe making progress. Okay, that was way too late. We don't have bubbles set. Okay. We throw. Okay. Whoop. Oh god, I hope that counts. It might not count. I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna pray. We're praying. We're praying. Oh. Whoop. Okay. Okay. Radio. And hop. Okay. Okay. Whoop. Nope. Whoop. Okay. Whoop. 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 No! Oh! That's not what I was doing at all! Oh my god. I meant to switch to bubble and face the other direction and throw a bubble and jump on it. And instead, somehow, I selected Frisbee, threw the Frisbee in the direction of what that I did not mean to, but still managed to land on it, so we got the... Oh, okay. Okay. Not great, though, because how do we get off of this? Fuck. Well, that's fine. That's fine. We made really good progress, and that was only, like, our... Like, that was a really early attempt with this method, right? Like, we're just now trying it, and we got that much progress on, like, you know, only the second or third, like, actual attempt. That's huge. So, Lorigan, my issue was the down bubble, I think, was gonna go too far down. That was my like thought, but down bubble goes down so far. It's so far. I don't know. It's about this high, right? We could, yeah. See, so like down bubble, we could have maybe gotten a hop, but I think it's about the same distance. So, all right. Okay, we'll take this one. And hip. Yep, okay. Did we land? Oh, God. I don't know if this counts or not. Oh, fuck. That's not what I meant to do. Okay, well, that's fine. No, that's not what I meant to do. I hate the uncertainty of whether or not my position updated. But that's okay. We're gonna take bubble. No, we need radio next. Yeah, for jumping. What's the problem with staying on Frisbee as opposed to bubbles? So the issue is that you cannot use items while standing on the Frisbee. So, like, otherwise this would be super easy, because we could just use the remote over and over again. But we have to get off of the Frisbee before we're allowed to use an item again. Which is nonsense. I disagree with that logic. I don't feel like that's how it should work. When we jump off of the Frisbee, so like when we jump off the Frisbee, it goes away, but we need to not touch the ground. We're only allowed to touch this ground right here, because this ground right here is not real ground. It's like temporary ground. Okay. Yeah, the Frisbee vanishes. Oh, no! It's okay. But yeah, no, the Frisbee here will, just to make sure I'm not wrong, because wouldn't it be funny if I was wrong about that? yeah, Frisbee just vanishes, unfortunately. Yeah, Lorgan, there is a Frisbee, like, we did do some string together Frisbee tech at one point, because you can jump and then land on the Frisbee, but you need way more height for it. Yeah, JR, so this puzzle involved piecing together a lot of things. I mean, I'm still not technically 100% sure, but I'm 99% sure that this is the thing. Basically, we're abusing how hazard respawns work in this game. The game gives you an indicator of this little tile right here. The one that I'm standing on that's a circle. This little circle tile is only ever used elsewhere in the game to represent a spot that you would, like, warp to. Which I think is how they're trying to clue you in that you're supposed to use some sort of warp to get through this. So we spent a long time looking for, like, a song we missed, a warp song. And then there was a realization that the way this game does hazard respawns doesn't actually care about how far you've traveled from the last save point, as long as that was the last save point. There's, like, a specific section of the game that actually, like, kind of has to do with that. Ocarina Pill. This game, Yami, this game has warp songs. That's, like, part of the game. We have a flute to play warp songs. Anyway. So basically there's this... I'll show it again right here. There's this section of the game right here where all of the platforms in this area are fake platforms. And, what happens is if you mess up your platforming in this area, you touch the water and you go all the way back to where you entered, which is way up here. So this area, I think, is kind of almost... I don't know if it's intentionally designed for this or not, but this area is what made me realize we could abuse the warp system. Like... The hazard spawn system, I mean, because your hazard spawn takes you... Specifically, part of it was because depending on how you had, like, this entry gate, it depends on where it sends you. So we're kind of making use of that. What? Oh, that was lucky. I didn't think that was actually going to be good. That didn't count. You were saying that as if the holdup was that there was no warp song. I mean, there's no warp song to this specific part. At least if there is a warp song to the specific part, I did not find it, and I'm pretty confident now that we've been through pretty much most of the accessible map. In the last animal stream, we kind of did a I don't remember if it was like a hot cold or something, but we did a hints to seeing parts of the map I was missing in one of the streams. Alright. Nope. The warp song was the hazard abuse we made along the way. Yeah. It's a hazard abusive relationship. There we go. No. Oh. Well, that's awkward. Okay. Boom. Are you in an abusive relationship with hazards? Call 1-800-ANIMAL-WELL now to seek help.
Are you in an abusive relationship with hazards? Call 1-800-ANIMAL-WELL now to seek help. Help!
There we go. Okay, now we switch the remote. Okay, this one's a real attempt. Real attempt. Real attempt. Boop, boop, boop. Real attempt. Like, Dark cut you out. Amazing. I need to go figure out how to control that because, surely there's a setting. I thought that I had it just set to compressor so that sounds that got too high would just get forced to be like lower, but it does. I do tend to get high pitched enough that it does straight up get rid of audio, and I wanna stop that. How does my partner feel about screaming for help in Toad voice every now and then?
It's funny when you panic.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I've mentioned this before. The part of the reason there's the Toad aesthetic is from far before I was streaming. I've been the panicking Toad voice is not like something I do for stream. That's just how I am. That is this.
No. Ah, sorry, boys. Sorry.
Yeah, that's just
Sorry.
that's just me. That's just 100% what I do. Okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. No! No! Why? Why? That is a new PB. That's true. That's true. We were so close. That end bit, I actually might want to practice that end bit really quick while we're here because that's kind of rough. Like that is not great. Oh, why couldn't we have gotten the bubble to do that when we were here the first time? Okay. It did it again. Okay. What is going... Is it that I'm moving too quickly for it? What is going on? It's doing it consistently in that exact same spot, and I'm not quite sure why. Like... That's fucked up. What is going on? Yeah, I know the roof's messing with us, but like... So, normally when I do the bubble hops, right? So we shoot a bubble, and then we go onto the bubble. Shoot a bubble, go onto the bubble. Oh, so I guess... Okay, the issue is right here. So this counts... Basically, I was considering, like... I wasn't considering these to be squared. I was considering them to be, like, their own shape. And what's making this feel weird is that right here, in this exact spot, we bonk, even though it looks like I should, like, not quite bonk. It looks like I should, like, technically be a little, like... See, like this. I'm bonking. No, there's zero of me is actually touching what appears to be the ceiling. But it is being treated as having squared corners. So we are bonking right here. And I wasn't expecting that. So knowing that, we can probably account for it, but it's scary. Oh, fuck, that's scary. Whoever thought that cross-screen bubble platforming should be shot. Yeah, the late game of this the late game of this game's kind of wild. I like it though. I will say, even though this being like a required thing is kind of bad, it's not the only game that does this, but most games do it very sparingly. I'm not going to name the other game that I can think of that makes use of it, because again, I don't usually like spoilers for games that aren't the game we're playing, kind of thing. But yeah, it's funky. I like that the bubbles exist though. And you have a whole lot of game to understand that that's how that works before it ever comes up. The way it is, yeah, the way it works is that the things just exist. You going to the other like camera location basically doesn't change how this exists. Like basically this room and this room are both existing at the same time. And so we can put that bubble there and it keeps going up because we're just moving the camera. The camera is over here. Like kind of thing. So I'm fine with that. If the game did something like in Celeste where you know, have the kind of slow move over, that would be an issue, but it's instant, so it doesn't really bother me. And I think if the game required you to do this consistently a lot, that would also be an issue, but this is, for lack of a better term, like Easter egg stuff. It's not really Easter egg stuff, but I feel like it's kind of in that almost category. No, we did this bonk again. Alright, it's a real attempt. Okay, things are going well. We've done this once. Wait! I just realized we need to be aware of what number, like odds, evens. We've done this once, so we're on odds. We need to be on odds. So what we currently have is correct. Hold on, we have to note this. You know what, let's just... Fuck, this is like a real attempt, though. Okay, next time we fuck up, we'll do it. Right now, I'm just gonna write it out. I need a pencil or something.
Alright. You want a pencil?
It doesn't matter.
Here.
Somewhere I should have a pen. I should know where I put my pen. Thank you. Okay. In case you're wondering, what am I going on about? I just realized that I wasn't paying attention to something in this game. So, basically, I've been so focused on getting to the other side in what has felt like a nearly impossible thing to do, I didn't even consider that if I get to the other side and I haven't set the state of the switches in the correct state, it doesn't matter that I got to the other side. Like, my goal is not get to the other side. That's a false goal. That's a part of my goal. My goal is get to the other side, get myself in water with the gate in the correct state. So, basically, if we start on 0, we're gonna say we start with 0. Then we use the thing once. So we press the remote once, and that puts us on odds. Odds is what we need. We need to be on odds. So when we press it again, we'll be on 2, which will be evens. Evens not usable. So we are currently on odds. So we're good. So if we were to dunk in water right now, that would be the correct state of everything. Alright. So now with that explained, we have to pay attention. Okay, jump. Okay. Before we do anything else, we mark this. So there's been 2. We're now in evens. If we were to get dunked in water right now, we'd be fucked. Okay? Don't dunk in water right now somehow. Alright. I'm glad we can, like, establish it. The area to the left of me right now normally has a like the equivalent of a lifeblood heart. Just a little dunk. Okay. What's gonna be really terrible about this is trying to note this while doing this mechanically. Would you help me? So, I'm trying to get through this room, and I need to note how many times I've done something. Can you just keep... Okay. Basically, I have to end this segment on an odd number. So each time I tell you to, I need you to write a number, the next number, basically. So I'm on 2 right now. So the next number is 3. So
Okay.
you don't have to write it down on here. You can write it wherever you want. But basically, it's going to be really hard for me to switch back and forth. So okay. It's going to be a second. I'll let you know. But okay. So you can increment the number now.
3.
Okay. Okay, you can increment it again. What are we on right now?
4.
So we need to increment it again. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, so now we're on 5?
Yep.
Okay, good. No! Okay, that's fine. We fucked up, but now we know. We learned. We learned a thing. Thank you. So now
Am I free?
you are free.
Okay.
Because now I know that I need to close the wall behind me. That's what I didn't know.
Alright.
That's why I said early, yeah. I should maybe practice that area again. Because that area isn't what I'm used to doing, kind of thing. Part of why I'm breaking them early is because I'm so worried about, like, the bubble touching the ground. But yeah, we get really punished for it right here. Yeah, so right there. God. That one spot is so rough. Can we... Can we... Oh, hold on. This might be an idea. Oh, we can't just walk and push. Okay. I thought maybe we could walk and push. Canis! Hello, Canis! Oh, no. I finished my water. We'll have to get more water. I'm sorry. I drank all my water. I drank it all. Corny is gonna go get me more water, though. Your internet crashed! Oh, no! No! Canis, I'm sorry that your internet crashed. Oh, you were playing Hades? Yo, I love Hades. Still no actual internet. Oof. I'm sorry. That is a huge bummer. For anyone that's coming in that does not know me, I am Dwarfwoot, aka Dwarf, aka Ryan. You can refer to me however you wish. I am playing Animal Well. I'm on what will probably be my last Animal Well stream. I'm trying to do some... finish up some late game stuff in it. And we're doing a kind of, like, technical thing that's... I say technical, it's, like, just very precise, which is very annoying, but that's okay. It's okay. Canis, I'm sorry you're stuck on mobile data. If you want to hang out, you are more than welcome to, of course. If you are not feeling like you want to watch streams on mobile data, that's also understandable. There's zero obligation. Don't drink out of the toilet. Wait. No drinking out of the... What if it's clean? You know, that reminds me, that's actually a difference in plumbing in the US versus most of the rest of the world. I believe including the UK. Um in in the US, essentially drinking water is used for basically all water sources. Like toilets fill with drinking water. And similarly, like your shower is using water that's like drinking water. It's all drinking water in the US. Now, depending on how old your place is and stuff, if it wasn't intended to be a source it's drank from, there could be lead pipes that go into that, or lead solder that was used on those pipes. So the water may be lead tainted. So would not suggest drinking from not intended drinking water sources, if there's a chance of that. But I know outside of the U.S., a lot of places actually use different. Outside of the U.S., a lot of places use essentially like drinking water and non-drinking water plumbing, so that drinking water isn't what's used in a lot of stuff. Yeah, Yami, exactly. But yeah, I remember when I learned about the difference in plumbing. Like, I didn't know that the U.S. did it differently than outside of the U.S. until at some point when I was in college. Is when I first learned that. Also, I guess this should go without saying, we are doing some again late game stuff in Animal Well. If you are avoiding Animal Well spoilers, I would not advise being here. Since I don't want to be stuck in this game forever, I'm probably gonna get right back into it. So, technically, what I'm doing, I don't think is major spoilers. It is spoilers for, I think, one very specific thing, because that's what I'm trying to do right now. But you know, um, was outside with the big boy. How is? I'm gonna say his name wrong. Aiko, not Aiko. A Akiko? No, hold on. Wait. There's a way to check really quick. Aiko. Ah, Aiko. How's Aiko doing? I don't know what was happening. I panicked and picked a stream. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
safe stream to raid.
You're never gonna find some sort of terrible content going on here. Like, I've even been hesitant to decide if I plan on streaming. Like, I want to play what is it? The new Doom game, which I think finally came out.
Dark Ages?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Dark Ages?
I've been like hesitant because I've never streamed anything like, even though I've played even though I've played Doom Eternal and Doom like 2016, and I've streamed old school Doom. I've never like streamed like a more modern kind of gory game or something like that. So you know, I've thought about if like that would feel really out of left field for the stream. But also I ultimately decided that I don't really care, like because I like ultimately the stream is because I want to capture my experiences with things. So sometimes stuff will be a little different, but that's okay. All right. This is a real attempt. Real attempt. Okay. Perfect. Now we need this. That's true. The boys, God, both boys are just being here and cute too. Oh, we need to fix that.
They're both just being friggin' adorable right
Yeah. Look at those boys. Look at how good they're being. Zag's very upset that I didn't just get a treat out for him. He's like, you messed with the camera. If you mess with the camera, I should be getting something. From what I've heard, the new Doom doesn't have the best reception, so it might Oh, that was the game. I thought our doorbell went off for a second. Yeah, Yami, I don't remember if you were the one that I talked about this with, maybe. I don't... It could have been someone else, but, that's actually one of the things that I'm excited for, because I loved 2016... I loved Doom 2016, and I was not really a fan of Doom Eternal. I thought that the changes that they made for Eternal were pretty negative, not positive. And from what I've heard, the people that really liked Doom Eternal, um, like it seems like a lot of them haven't really liked the newest Doom, which is great news for me. Who was hoping that the newest one is more like 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been whenever it comes up. I mention this because it still drives me up the wall that they went on like whole interviews about design philosophies in Doom 2016, and then Eternal comes out and they just completely ignored like everything that they talked about being so proud of. And I just like, how are you gonna do that? How are you gonna uh talk about
Like,
uh
Doom was interesting because it was a return to the boomer shooter, and the original Doom was.
Yeah.
And then Eternal
was like
like
the modern game.
yeah, and it's like okay,
No! Sorry, don't mind me. Don't mind a little screaming. It's fine. It's okay. Anyway, sometimes you gotta scream a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about? A little tiny bit of screaming. Oh. That's my fault. It's okay. That's okay. I'm also kind of wondering, I don't think the new Doom will probably have a pretty different sounding OST, because I'm pretty sure they burned bridges with the person that did the Doom and Doom Eternal OSTs. Whose name I'm forgetting right now. Mick Gordon? Is it Mick Gordon? I believe Mick Gordon did the original OSTs, but yeah, the OS no that the Doom 2016 and the Doom Eternal OSTs are very, very good. Basically, from what I understand, Bethesda really like was just really rude to Mick Gordon. Like it seems like what it was is they're not very good at handling like outside contractor kind of stuff. Like basically internally they were like, okay, we'll have this ready for this, like this song will go with this or whatever. But because Mick Gordon wasn't like there internally, they would just very last minute be like, oh, by the way, we need this for like next week. We might have forgotten to tell you about it.
Wasn't in-house.
Yeah, so that kept happening. They basically kept giving him like really late deadline, like deadlines for things that were not realistic because he didn't know about them. Like he was never told about them until later. And then to top it all off, they for like some anniversary album or something, instead of asking him to make remixes of songs or anything, they hired another person to remix all of his music. And either like they didn't credit him on it, or the point is he wasn't even asked about it. somebody else like remixed his music, and he really felt that that was inappropriate, especially without being consulted about it. And then like you know, if it had been a collaborative thing, that would have been one thing, but it was just like they paid somebody else to remix the music that he was supposed to be making for it. And then I want to say they didn't credit him on the remixes. So it was like, not only did you not ask about it, but like you're saying that this is now some new original thing, even though it was his song. Like if you if you alter someone else's work and then say you're the sole creator of it, that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, see, that's the thing. I mean, it would have been fine to just have somebody else do it, but they should have said something. I think it sounds like all of the issues stemmed from the fact that Bethesda was never actually communicating with him. So they were just constantly wanting him to do things, or wanting things done with his stuff without talking to him about it. And like he was just like, I'm done with this. So he was like, I'm leaving. This is also why Doom Eternal's menu music ended up changing in an update. It changed away from one of his tracks, which sucks because it was actually a pretty good track, but you know, so goes. Well, alright. We're in the zone. We're in the zone. Auto zone. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I realized I hesitated. We can't hesitate with some of this stuff. We really gotta just do it. The hesitation is what's killing me. It's not a good bubble. That's a fine. Okay. Get in the zone. Auto zone. I don't know what I was thinking there, but that's okay. Alright. We're in the zone. Auto zone. Okay. Alright. Wow. Okay. Alright, we drop this, we do this. And yump! Okay. Alright. Sorry, I will catch up on chat again in a second. We gotta focus for a moment. Otherwise, we'll never do this and we'll be playing Animal Well all day. And yeah, I fucked up. Okay. Like, I genuinely don't want to be playing Animal Well in about another hour. I would like to be done with Animal Well for a bit. And we might do another Animal Well stream. Honestly, I don't know what's gonna happen after this. So we might do another Animal Well stream. That was out. No, the bubble broke. Yeah, the bubble broke and we touched the ground, so it was no longer good. Alright. Well, that's not what I meant to do. That's okay. Alright, boop. Boop. Okay. Alright. Alright. This is looking good. Let's go... you. Alright. Whoop. Alright. Okay. Alright. Let's take a moment here. We can catch up on chat for a second. They also tried to shift all the blame to him. Oh, yeah! John, that was the
big burn bridge.
That was the burn bridge. That was actually why he was like, I'm actually done. Because I think they they tweeted something that was like, well, we would have done this, but he didn't do it. There's some other they tweeted some nonsensical thing to make it sound like he personally was responsible for something happening, and he was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, what?
That could affect your professional
Yeah.
career. So it's like you don't let them shit talk.
I forgot about that, but I think that was like the final straw kind of thing. All right. Here we go. Okay. Yep. Okay. Alright, things are looking good. Alright. I'm gonna hope that this is okay. It's right there. I feel like I was even waiting an appropriate amount of time. It's that exact spot. What do I need to do? Like, I need to practice something else, because just hopping isn't working. Do I need to practice, like, giving up? Okay, this is gonna sound silly. Not, like, giving up, but, like, do I need to practice maybe a different hop? So here's my thinking, because we're messing up when we get here, right? We know when we're here. So what if we can, oh god, that stops me from doing that. I was gonna say, what if we can do like a big jump and then we can go down? I think how far can you last jump? Yeah, I think you're thinking the same thing. I think the question is, where can I be? Oh, that's tough. We don't have some other movement item, right? I don't think so. It'd be really cool if wheel could just count. I don't think wheel counts. Okay, let's just double check. No, wheel does not count. In case we were wondering if wheel counted, it does not. But imagine. Alright, we gotta get into the zone, frisbee zone. You know what? We weren't in the zone. Our problem right there, we were not in the zone. You might have thought... Yeah, we were not in the frisbee zone. We thought maybe we were in the frisbee zone. We were not. Alright. You know what we are now, though? Not in the frisbee zone. Wow, amazing. Amazing how we could not be in the frisbee zone twice in a row like that. But, you know what we almost are, because we're not the second, but we almost are in a little thing I like to call the frisbee zone. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, that's the frisbee zone right there. That's the frisbee zone. We're in it. We are in it. We are in the frisbee zone. Okay, perfect. And now, we're leaving the frisbee zone for the bubble zone. Get in the zone, bubble zone. Yep. 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 Okay. 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 No! No! We apparently touched that part! No! Okay. It's okay. Only part of my soul died right there. That is a new PB. Okay, we have... So, I guess here's the new thing. If we land, like, not on the center of this, we just restart. Like, we need to be landing on here. If we land here, like, if we land here, don't count it, because it apparently... That counts. I get it. I'm not mad at the game. Oh, wow. Okay, we can do it. We can do it. We've demonstrated that we can do it, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's all about getting in the frisbee zone. We've learned. The problem we were having before is not being in the frisbee zone. Oh. He was doing sleepy twitches. He was doing little... Oh, his face did it a little bit. He was doing just the sleepiest little twitches. Okay. Oh. Alright. Imagine not being in the frisbee zone. I know. Must be frisbee god. This surely is safe, right? Oh, actually, we can test if it's safe. Nope, not safe. Because if it was safe, we would have gone through. So we can actually test if it's a safe drop or not. So that's good. Yep. What if I forgot to switch off of cat cam and I did the successful run and it was completely missed? No, the safe drop doesn't mess up the state because I'm just resetting it back again. It's okay. And we need it to be the correct state to progress, so it doesn't matter. We're gonna need remote. Okay. I fucked up. That's okay. It's okay. Oh, yeah, you know what? Lorgan probably said the thing that actually matters. I didn't think to verbalize that. But, yeah, the tiles that are below those tiles are also temporary tiles. So it's fine. If they weren't, that would be bad. You know, I wonder if that was, intentional. I wonder if they intentionally made those also, like, specifically so that you could, check that. Because I could see that being an intentional design, honestly. Okay. You know what we're in? We're in the bubble zone. We're in the bubble zone. Bubble zone. The bubble zone calls. And you get in the zone. Okay. No! I bubbled down! I bubbled down! Okay. That's okay. We're making progress. We are making progress, you know? Okay. It's not really even taking us that long to do these attempts, I don't think. So... No. No. Okay. Nope. Gosh, after this attempt, I might have to take a break, though, because I'm realizing that, like, I'm mixing up which items I want to grab because I'm just getting so, like, flustered over it. I was thinking about that the last attempt, that, like, I was having a lot of trouble menuing. Okay. We did it! 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 We. Okay, now to play a warping song and just leave this place. Okay.
The cats
Okay.
don't react when you make big noises.
No, they're used to me making big noises. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. Oh, okay. Okay, what is here? We have to see. We have to see. Watch, like, a freak accident happen, my power goes out. Like, Jesus. Okay. Bhutan? Oh! Hi, Bun Bun. Bun Bun get! Alright! Oh my goodness. Okay. So here's what I think we're gonna do. We are going to... Okay, we're gonna go here. I am gonna take a quick little break. Oh, you know what? You right. We should probably save the game. There's a save point over here. I always forget about saving. We'll save the game. Game save. Okay. No, but after that, before we go see the thing, I do need to take like a little break. I'm like all worked up. Yeah. So I'll be back. Just oh, look at Leon. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Alright, we are back. Went and did some leg stretches. If you have not, if you've been sitting around, don't forget to stretch your legs and stuff. You know, blood circulation, all that, whatnot. I probably should have done some squats. I'm trying to make it on my Wednesdays to do like more squats, because my Tuesdays are my recover from work weekday, and then I don't want to do too many like squats on my Thursdays because I don't want to potentially be sore for my next work day. Deadly with the remaining treats. Should we give the remaining treats now? We could do that. The final 2 treats. Zach, why would you get down? Why are you like this? Zaggy. Zaggy. Zaggy, come back. Woo! If you come up here, you get a treat. Zaggy, come back.
Zag.
Woo!
Zaggy. Come on. That was the last one.
Yep, that was the 4th treat. Zaggy, come back. Ooh, you can have a treat. Zaggy, come back. We can pet your feet. Zaggy, come back. Alright. Let's see. Let's see what it is that happened. Forgot to pause the music. So, does this mean there's not a signal to you that you've gotten them all? Hmm. Hmm. How come the Katos aren't part of the overlay? Well, they are incorporated in the ending here. We'll go to it for a brief moment. We're not ending stream. Don't worry. Don't worry. But they are here. No worrying. But the Katos, you know, maybe it would be kind of cute if when they weren't on camera, we could have them appear with the tuber. So like if they leave the camera, then they're still there. That would be cute. Might have to figure that out one day. Okay, there's always delay. Can we just kind of chase this one away? It's true. We did do some platforming. We did successfully do a platforming. So, Lorigan, the question I was trying to ask you earlier, though, was if the route that I went is the route that people normally go, because it did feel like there was a technically different route that you could go to do it. You're not sure what people normally do. I see. Yeah, because before you showed up, I was actually planning on a different route. Like you got there right as I was kind of going through planning, but I was potentially going to go up like left and then up left, which would have worked. Mo, Sorry, I'm like distracted by this. Like, what are we gonna do? I ended up going through the like platformy maze. Do we go up from where that was? So then we were like kind of going to the water that was to the right of the area that you like started. But I was also contemplating doing it so that I went I would have been going left. I would have gone right once in order to toggle the door, and then I would have gone left in order to get to the water that was up left. Actually, here, I can't open the map here. But basically, my other plan was to get to water that was in a different area. Which I think would have actually... Did we just have, like, our eyes freak out? What just happened? I think the other area would have been easier to get to, like, technically. I think it would have been a lot easier to go left, but it was more time consuming, and obviously, like, there was a lot of little things that could go wrong farther into it, which I didn't like. So it seemed like it was more worth it to me to practice the more technical one that was actually shorter than spend a lot of attempts potentially messing up into the longer route. I see people using flute warps. I'm not sure how you'd actually get a flute to work with that. But I'm not asking. I don't want to know yet. But, Can we do you? You? What about you? Do you give me anything? Lorgan, thank you for the clip. My guess is the clip's not long enough for it. Maybe I'll go highlight that at some point. No, these monsters are pretty cute. They're not as cute when you first discover them and they're trying to, like, attack you. But I would say they're pretty cute. In this area, anyway. They kind of got this, like, ooh, 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 kind of about them. So if we're supposed to have all the bunnies now, like, what changed? I will say, you know, not to constantly be critical of things, because I enjoyed my Animal Well time, despite taking like a 6-month break from it. I have enjoyed Animal Well a lot. I do find it to be a kind of design flaw that you could just not know. Like I know community things are a thing, and at this point in time, you would have needed to like use some community resources in some way, shape, or form to get to this. But like finding out that not all of these bunny statues actually get a bunny at them, but then coming here after I supposedly have all the bunnies, only to learn that there's no signifier that I have all the bunnies. It doesn't particularly feel great. It feels kind of bad. We're not supposed to be looking at the stars, are we? Like, which stars light up and which ones don't? Yeah, Yami, I was kind of thinking about that. I'm like, if we technically started taking screenshots, we could try and get a bunch of the stars and then line all the screenshots up. And then just note the stars that actually have changed to be green from the black light. But I think this is actually... Okay, all of the stars are getting a light filter. It's just the ones that are currently white are turning green. And then the other ones are like a light blue. That's also true. The stars aren't actually changing screen to screen. So the only other thing that we have noted, like related to bunnies, I can hide this, is this. So we have these. We have Potion Bunny, which, if I'm remembering correctly, I think someone did let slip that this maybe isn't actually relevant to anything, or at least it wasn't relevant to anything to me at the time. Um, we have this, which I don't know. This is what I was kind of trying to do. Ride, like, I don't know if this is saying we're supposed to ride the thing to the area with the bunnies, which is kind of what we did, like when we got here to begin with, or if this is to some bunny house. And then there's this, which I don't know what we would do with this. Like, this doesn't really mean anything to me. Is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be like notes? I mean, like a lot of the directional stuff in this game has been notes. Um have you searched anything from the community? No. This has been so this has been a primarily spoiler free playthrough. I say primarily because we did start taking some hints when it came to bunny stuff. The so one thing that came up, and I actually, this was something I was okay with early on. Early on, somebody did mention that that there was going to be something that basically you are expected to play with the community as opposed to like solo. So that was this. So when we got to this and I was confused, I did ask, is this the community thing? And when that was answered, I did start trying to work on it purely on my own. With at first somebody linked me like a Google Drive that was just all of the things you need, and then later somebody else linked a website. I guess there's a community made website specifically for working on this like solo. Um, and it's like really nice. God, I should see if I still have that website saved somewhere. It was a really, really good website. Um, which I probably do have it saved. I'll check later, but um, it's the kind of thing where honestly, if I watch somebody else do the game, yeah, Mo, the the idea being if somebody understands what they're gonna do, then yeah, you'd link the website, and then it has the pieces, and then they can kind of align them in like a jigsaw puzzle like thing. Um, the only thing that I did not like about the website was that when I did get it 100% done, I'm pretty sure it did like say, "Haha, you've done it," or something like that. Like it like sparkled or something, which I would have preferred that it did not give any sort of confirmation that it was correct when I was done, because like it would have been nicer to say, I'm pretty sure I'm correct now. Um but that, it's not the end of the world. It's just like, it could have, it didn't need to do that part, but it's fine. Um yeah, we printed out our own little bunny. Torny did the origami. I didn't actually do the origami. Or papercraft, I guess. What if there are multiple correct solutions? So, Yami, the problem is there couldn't be. It worked, if I remember correctly, and I might be misremembering now, but I want to say it worked like, was it like Picross or something? There was a rule to it that off the top of my head I'm not currently remembering. This might have been the original art. Maybe I don't think I have saved the other art. Basically, you would know. It's pretty clear whether or not like it was correct because something there was a reason that you would know. Yeah, this is the original one. I want to say there's numbers to tell it. God, it again. This was 6 months ago. Like I did all of my Animal Well stuff 6 months ago, so I'm kind of going off memory. But there was some notify. Like you would know you were wrong because I think there's only one solution. Like it clearly has to be one way. So, this was our screenshot before we stitched together of all of our bun statues. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. I might try and make another one of these. I might try to make another one of these later. That's kind of like a little background thing. How many buns? So I believe I have what 16 now. I'll count them again. I don't remember. To my understanding, we now have all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It'd be cool if the bunnies were all on screen and the game gave you an interactive desktop to watch them. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. That'd be very cute. It would be very cute if the bunnies acted like a desktop buddy thing, where they could just hop out of the game, like they could hop out of the game and just around on the screen. That would be a very silly thing to do, but it would be very cute. So, I understand that when the bunnies are done chewing, maybe we should go back in the house. So when the bunnies are done chewing, their ears point a certain way. But, like, I don't understand how we use that information. So, hold on. We have this, which I'm pretty sure is a speedrun related thing. You. So, like, nibble, nibble, crumb, crumb. Because this is the thing that shows the ears. I think that whatever this is trying to communicate is something that I am not educated in. I don't think this is like something that I could do without having some sort of outside knowledge. Because this doesn't look like this isn't the regular notes. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, okay, why do we have index? And is that directory or is that direction? Direction 0, direction 1. Wait, unless each bunny is just a note. Hold on. Wait. Yeah, I don't understand why... I don't understand why the top bunny represents 12 and the bottom bunny represents 8. Like, I get that the ears are pointing, so, like, up is 1, and then right is 2, but no, because up is 3, and right is 0. So if this is 3, 0, then what? What, context on the C syntax looking thing? Sure. I assume you mean like just the fact that this is a struct. It's a struct and then nibble index from, and then we close our bracket. BDTP. Does that not just stand for bunny something? I assumed BDTP was bunny something. The bunny directive transfer protocol. Yes, yes. Struct is a keyword that defines a new data type. Interestingly, it's missing the name, which it usually needs unless BDTP is supposed to be the name. With the braces are the member. In C, you always type first, then name, so it'd be a member of type nibble with name index. C. Lich, hello. Welcome in late from raid. Yes, you should play Animal Well. It's very good. Very good. I mean, I guess I can ignore whatever the 12 and 8 is. We can just try and go off of, like, I can just go off of, like, what these are visually pointing to and try them as notes. Is a bunny... So the bunnies chew. But here's the thing. We'll go back over to the bunnies. So what happens, the bunnies do like a set thing. So they chew a food, and then their ears pop up. So, and each ear is a set direction. So a bunny chews a food, and then this one, like it goes up and then left. Up, left. Up, left. See, each time it does it, up, left. No matter where it's facing, its ears will go up, left when it's done. It's like a, you know, a constant. So we can just try noting their directions, I guess. I'm gonna open up like a little. I'll just write it in chat. So we have up, left for this one. We have up, up. Oh. We got left, up. We got up, left. I think we had up, left again, but hold on. Well, we have right, right. I think you're right, right. Yeah, right, right. And then go back to you. Okay, up, right. And then see which bunny is supposed to be. Oh, you guys have moved. Okay. And then you're right, right. And then you're upright. Okay. And then you're up, up. And then you are up, up. Wait. Are you both up, up? Yes. We need to reset the screen. Okay. You are down left. Mo, thank you for the follow. You are up left. Okay. You are up left. Okay, just like you, right? You were also up left. Yes. Up left, up left. Up left. A lot of up lefts. Alright. You. Nibble, 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 nibble. You gotta eat a food. There you go. Down right. Okay. And you are left down, looks like. Yeah, left down. And you're last one. Okay. So this is what I've noted here. So we have, I mean, this could be like up, left, diagonal kind of thing, whereas up is up, so up, left, up. But then left up doesn't mean anything. Oh, okay, so up, left, up, left, up, up, left, right, up, right, right, up, right, up, up, down, left, up, left, up, left, down, right, left, down. See, I mean, that was my thinking, is that it's missing, like, what we know of the music notes. But I'm also not sure what else I would be looking for. So, the flute is how we input most everything. H double. Yeah, I was... The only problem with that is that there are, like, there's up left, and then there's left up. So why would there be up left and left up, right? That seems odd. Yeah, I am also trying to decide if I was ignoring that they have two sets of, like, ear directions. It was not that I did not notice that their ears have two different sets of directions. I was ignoring the first set because I felt like the first set was kind of to throw you off. So like this dude, the ears point to the right, and then after eating, they change. But my thinking was that the first set, like, is what is irrelevant. What we care about is what the set is after the nibble. But maybe we are supposed to somehow factor in the other set as well? I don't know how we would do that, though. I just really don't understand... where did it go? I feel like this is somehow really important, and I'm not understanding this. Could be floaty boy direction. That's true. That's true. We could try a floaty boy direction. There's no sign that, like, I mean, that would at least go with the fact that we have just ups and lefts and stuff. I don't really know where we'd start from. We don't have a known starting place. Nope. I want this one. The mural has a red face. I want the red one. Alright, so that would be up, left, up, up, left, up, up, left, right, right, up, right, 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 up, right, up, 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 down, left, up, left, up, left, up, left, down, right, left, down. Well, that didn't give us anything. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Do you see that? What is that? There's like a thing in the center of the screen here. What is this? I don't think I can just... Yeah, we can't jump out if we're not near land. But there's literally something in the middle of the screen right here. No, it's not our cursor. This is our cursor. Cursor's over here. There's something there. There's something where I'm now placing my cursor. But it's not my cursor. That's very odd. I don't seem to be able to interact with it whatsoever. Like even the swooshy effects. Oh, we can use the swooshy effects to kind of see it more. Makes sense to be left to right, considering that's only natural for Western world, but maybe the first ear direction denotes an order with the number on the mural. Maybe. Hmm. Like, why do these specific bunnies get a gate? None of the other bunnies have a gate. Unrelated to this stream, but if you like watching people's first playthroughs of Outer Wilds, Mika went live like 20 minutes ago. Mika is on day 5 of Outer Wilds. I know that's a game that a lot of people, including myself, love to watch first playthroughs of. Oh my gosh, Lorgan sent me Animal Well Tool. Very interesting, which I think sounds like the Terry. Which I think sounds like the map, but kind of configured for Animal Well specifically. That's very cool. Mo, you never played Outer Wilds. I will say, Mo, if you like games where you have to kind of discover a bunch of stuff and put together things, Outer Wilds is a very, very good game for that. It's pretty good. I mean, like, I wouldn't say it's a plot twist game, but like it is a game. Oh, you had it spoiled. I see. So it is a game that generally a lot of people tend, if you enjoy these genre of games, tend to like it. No, we're not talking about Outer Wilds. We're not talking about it in depth. We were just talking, about it existing. That is true, Con. I don't remember what I was playing at that time, but what I did, to be fair, state like that stream that I was specifically streaming and I think it was just Balatro. Was it Balatro? It might have been Balatro. But yeah, Yami, I don't know if I would add a thing for like last screenshot. I have tried to make it work so that as I'm taking notes in games, those notes actually get published so that you can view a link to see my current notes. I did run into some issues with the cache not updating correctly, and I have to manually do a thing to update the notes, so I've essentially put that on hold for a bit. I may try and figure out the issues with that again at some point. SteamWorld Dig is free. I feel like this has been recommended to me before. And 2 is 94% off. That's pretty good. Alright, we have added it to our library. Amusingly, Steam is telling me I can get the SteamWorld 1 and 2 bundle, but it's only showing me 1 in the bundle. It's not showing me 2. So I'm very confused by that. I apparently already own SteamWorld Dig 2. Amazing. I don't remember ever getting this, but I apparently own it. That's why it's not offering it to me. Minish, I would say if you haven't played it yet, you could technically do the whole Steam refund thing, but also if it was really cheap, maybe you don't care that much. Yeah, that's kind of my feeling. Like I probably wouldn't care. Steam prevent refunds if you bought it on sale? I don't think so. That's basically the whole reason they stopped doing the flash sales, though. Like Steam used to do, you know, the flash sales where for like an hour a game would be really, really cheap. But they stopped doing that because then people could just always buy all the games on the flash sales and then just refund it. I'm pretty sure. So they know what price it was when you bought it. If you refund a game, you automatically get it refunded for whatever you paid for it. You don't get. You can't buy it on sale and then refund it for full price. If you refund it, you get whatever the yeah. It's literally in your Steam records. Like you can pull up your sale records and see how much you paid for any game. That's like that is information that is in your account. Alright. Well, we might move on. We might move on to something else. We got the bunnies, which was what I wanted to do. I know there's supposed to be more to this game, but I'm not understanding what to do at this point, and I don't feel like I'm getting enough information from the game to know. So, I think I might just move on. Like, it's okay. I guess we could search what does BDTP, does that stand for something specifically? I could check that really quick. Well, the only thing that comes up when I search BDTP is random companies or things that link to Animal Well. So I don't think it's something I can just learn more about if I don't. Whatever I don't know about it is preventing me from learning more about it, which is kind of the issue I'm at. Like I don't know what I would need to. I don't know what I would need to learn about to know what to look up. Like, or more specifically, like, I don't know what I don't know enough to know how to learn about it to do it without, like, looking up something. If that makes sense. Want a small hint? Sure. Like, my issue is I don't... If it was a thing, that was, like, clearly, okay, you need to translate something, I could look up, you know, how does one work on translating something, right? And then we could learn that. Or if it was about a mythology that I don't know about, then I could learn about that mythology. The bunny ears and the mural together are all the information that you need. But I don't understand what the mural's saying. Here, we'll look at it again. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let me just go reference real quick. Like, Arrow 1, 2, 3. When I first saw this, we tried to figure out if we could figure out why this makes sense, and it didn't make sense at the time, and it's not making sense now. Like, I don't understand why we would have... So, upright. I get that this is showing upright. I understand ear up is an up. Ear to the right is an right. That part makes sense. We have this over here, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. What does this mean by 1, 2? Because up over here is saying is 3. So, like... Really, anything I'm trying to think about for this gets thrown off because this just is 8. Why is this 8? Why is 208? Like, that doesn't really feel like it makes any sense. Also, I never noticed this until right now, but I hate this. Why are these with an extra dot? The arrows are like this, and these arrows have an extra pixel after each of them. That's terrible. I don't like that. Why? Why do the red arrows have an extra pixel? We know how to do numeric bases. I don't know what numeric bases means. I'm gonna guess, since I don't know what numeric bases means, that no. Like, base 10. So, like, counting in other bases? Vaguely. Basically, because that would get into, like, log and stuff, right? Doing other bases is one of the things that I struggled with the most in math, and basically never used it. Pretty much did terrible in any time that came up in math, and just tried to get past it without really using it. It doesn't make sense to me. Nibble can refer to 4 bits. Interesting. $30 and base 4 is 12. Can you express 30 in base 4? Because 0, 1, 2, 3. So if you had like base 4, you would then go after 3. You would go to 11, right? No. So I guess then you'd go to 10. Like, I feel like the way I learned bases, that you'd kind of just like skip. You'd like count your next place. Like 0, 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then 20. Like that. Potato! GG on 3 stream streak. I hope you are doing well today. Base 4 counting would go 0, 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. Yeah, okay, so that is what I was thinking. Okay. We can pet that cat. He kind of gets a pet. I see. See, I do think this did basically so not knowing about trying to count in alternate bases really. That would be the thing that I didn't know. Like, I know of it conceptually that it exists, but it's not something I've really properly learned, because when it came up in education, I basically did terrible with it and then threw out all the knowledge. Yeah, this will end up being something I struggle with. Again, the whole reason I struggled with it when it came up in, like, my education is because this is something that just really does not make sense in my head. Like, conceptually, it makes sense. But, like, it's really hard for me to think about it. I very much struggle with it. Oh. What I suppose we could do... we could kind of make a note here. Honestly, we're just gonna keep struggling with this the whole time. Like, maybe I should make it out. Maybe I should just call it here. But we could... So, we can translate this. So it'd be 32. We're gonna write it out. We could write out the numbers that it's saying, because then we need to translate those numbers, basically. So, like, up is 33. Left up is 23. And then up left, 32. It just occurred to me that instead of doing it like this, I could really quickly just like Control F in Notepad. Okay. So this would be if we just converted all of those into the numbers. So then we would need to convert those again. There's no such thing as 4, 5, 6, or 7. I see, because, right. We would go to a hundreds place. Yeah. Okay. So this way we can kind of visualize it. That's true. I don't know if I can set this to a monospace font. Because I don't think I can change the font, unfortunately. Would be very nice if we could change the font, though. Or set it to a monospace. Maybe we can do it in settings. I don't even know what tags mean. Does it mean we could be tagging things in this? That would be interesting. Interestingly, this implies that code blocks specifically get the mono. Okay. Well, set base font. We could just set base font. Should we just set it to Courier? To Courier New. A classic. That didn't actually apply here. Excuse me. That's so annoying. It applied to Obsidian, but not here. Hold on. There. despite switching that, I think this is where I give up. I think this is it. I'm not enjoying this. I don't... like, this is, I think, not what I want to do at all. So, I think this is probably where I actually don't progress in Animal Well. Rain World time? No. I don't know. I was thinking, so Minish, I've made the game with the attention. No one would solve it all for like 2 years. Yeah. Minish Cap. I should know. I was gonna say, I do love Minish Cap. But I was gonna say Minish recommended earlier playing Cypher. And I was kind of thinking about that because that's supposed to be a shorter game, so we could play that tonight as our other game, which would be in the puzzly spectrum. But I think, from my memory, it's been forever since I looked at it, but I think Cypher is supposed to kind of teach you how to do things, which was like part of its intent. So I think that could be a fun thing to do. I admit, I'm a little bummed that, like, there wasn't, again, something in Animal Well to kind of tell you that you got the bunnies. If, like, the thing was supposed to be, you know, getting this goalpost, it feels weird that we don't even know that we have the right tools needed to do the goalpost. Like, that just feels really bad. Like, absurdly bad. It feels like when you have all of the bunnies, there should be something to let you know you've done it. You've done the thing. And now use that thing for the next step, right? And not having that, I just think, is a choice. But I made a very similar complaint with the egg stuff. Except the egg stuff... there's a way to infer that you got them all. What is that way? I'm curious. With the egg stuff, yeah, but you'd have to data mine. Like, if these are the intended bunnies, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I wouldn't... My point would be to know that you got all of the intended bunnies. There's this presumably speedrun clock. We will probably never see what's in the speedrun clock. Maybe one day I'll try to see if we can see what's in one of these. You can infer based on the... Interesting. I don't know how you would recognize... That's... See, I was looking at it as how would you know to even start working on this if you feel like you're still... If you're still trying to figure out how many there are. Goes from 0 to 15. God, this just shows how much I don't understand of this. Like, I don't... How does it go from 0 to 15? Is that what their first... Hold on. Wait a moment. Is that what the first set of ears is saying? Their number? Hold on. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait. Hold on. One moment. One moment. One moment. One moment. One moment. Maybe... Is that just saying... So, if we go to the very first one, Does this very first one somehow indicate that it's 1? Because at least that's interesting. You. You. So you're pointing to the right at first, right, which would be 0, 0, right? Hold on. Is that... Okay, so then is the next one going to be right down? So the next one is left down. Left down is 21. That's not helpful. Wait. Are you supposed to reorder them? Oh. Maybe you are like 0. So maybe that's what the first set is. The first set is telling you which order they go in. I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with this more. I just thought that was kind of interesting because that would make it make sense as to why there's 2 sets. One set to tell you the order they go in, and then the other set to place them, quote unquote. I don't know. I'm still not interested in actually doing it, but fascinating. I still think my biggest complaint with this game is just the lack of feedback on stuff. Like basically this was an issue with the egg room, right? We go back to the egg room. Where's our egg room pictures? Here. So like when we got the final egg, was it the final egg that let us do this? I don't remember. I don't remember when we could like see all these. No, we just know we needed all the eggs to see that. So like, okay, you needed to go figure out, you know, like counting in binary to do this. Which was a thing, or I guess like it kind of taught you, but it would be really easy to not see what was happening with these lines. And I kind of wish the game did do a little bit of a better job at teaching you for some of the stuff like that. But that's whatever. But then when you actually get to this and you're doing this and there's no feedback that you're doing it correctly, that felt really bad. I feel like it's okay the game doesn't give you feedback. It encourages FOFO, which ultimately is a lot healthier for a community-driven game. I mean, this part isn't a community aspect. The eggs is before there's anything that's community. Personally, my like number one complaint with this game in general has been my number one complaint has just been that there's been stuff like this where you have like potentially a lot of inputs or something and you have no idea if you're on the right track, and if you make a single misinput in this, is the misinput like because you were doing the wrong thing entirely? Like in this one, we did mess it up once because I wasn't sure about upside down egg. And so we did it once and then we did it again. But I feel like there'd be nothing wrong with when you get like 3/4 of the way through or something, some sort of effect happens. Something. Or when you do all of the inputs, you know, if you did the right number of inputs, a sound could play, like a cue. I don't know. The criticism of all hard modern puzzle games? I mean, probably. I could see that. I don't remember if there was much of an issue with this in Lorelei. I would put Lorelei and the Laser Eyes as like a modern. I guess it depends on what you're getting into, hard puzzle games, but basically, I think not giving player feedback in a large thing is a problem. I genuinely I genuinely feel that that's like a general problem. It doesn't feel good, and I don't think intentionally having something not feel good is a good idea. I feel like everything else in this game has been actually very good. Like even the stuff that I complain about, it's been pretty good. But I think this was my biggest complaint, and it's the same thing with the bunnies. Like not having some sort of feedback in it. Like oh, you got them. That feels kind of bad. Getting to stuff that it feels like if you don't have the right general knowledge set, you know, feels bad. But again, it's hard for me to complain too much about some of the bunny stuff because, as pointed out, at this point you are expected to be playing with the community. Like, you literally can't have one of the bunnies without community stuff. So, you know, I think it's by design part of the genre. I mean, I can think that part of the genre is flawed. Like just because something has done something thus far doesn't mean that's correct. You know? Like things grow by doing stuff better in the future. I think really the question should be, at what point do you maybe put like feedback? Like, yeah, Lorrigan, exactly. I think that's the thing. Like a roguelike that is too much like Rogue is probably a problem, right? A big difficult puzzle game that is too much like Fez and doesn't learn from Fez is a problem. Tunic is an example of a game that clearly was heavily inspired by Fez among other things, and it did a lot of things much better. If someone finds a genre flaw, they don't play the genre a lot. I mean, but I guess my thing is I think there can be qualities that are prevalent in a genre without saying that those qualities make the genre. Like, and I think this would be a very prime example of it. I don't think not giving player feedback at some point is a necessary quality of a difficult puzzle game. I don't see why that would be a necessary quality. I think that doing something to let someone know that they're on the right track in something is very good. It feels good in a puzzle, and you can make it really difficult to find all the pieces of something and then need to put them together without like not you know, just giving it away kind of thing. Yeah, Lorrigan, that's also fair. Again, any percent Animal Well was a pretty small game. Really simple. Pretty fun. Very, very accessible to anyone. And then, like, finishing the eggs to Animal Well, also fairly, like, simple and fun. Some of the eggs a little convoluted, but for the most part, I don't remember. There's not one specific egg that I remember the egg being absolutely terrible. Honestly, the only complaint I really had with the eggs was the final solution. And that was because I really didn't like that I could not know if my issue was that I input something wrong. I don't want to get into Tunic spoilers, but Tunic somewhat has a way to address this. Like, Tunic had a way to kind of make sure that you knew that you were doing something correctly or not. I think there's ways that they could have done something. Like, I understand not wanting to be like, aha, you're definitely doing the thing. Like the second you pull a flute out, not going, ah. And I understand, not doing it so that, like, each time you play a note, like, an egg lights up or something. Like, I'm not saying do something to make it really, really obvious that you're doing the right thing. But if you're, like, 90% of the way done, then maybe start having, like, a glow effect happen then or something. Like, something so that you could know you're close to it. Or if you've done more than so many inputs correctly and then you get a wrong one, there's like a weird, like, your note feels flat or something. Like, do you think that giving 0 player feedback makes the solution that much more gratifying? See, I don't. And maybe that's part of the difference. I think it feels really good to know that you're on the right track of something. Exactly, Lorgan. It's relief. It's not that I'm more satisfied because there wasn't feedback along the way. It's that I'm really relieved that I didn't, like, fuck something up. Like, I don't think you have to be feedbackless to appreciate what you did, because you still did it. The thing is, you did the thing either way. And I think it's okay, like I was saying, you can give the feedback later. Like, the feedback doesn't have to happen right at the beginning. The feedback could happen at some point when the game can already establish that you're doing the right thing. Like a lot of these games have something that's really big, the not to keep bringing Tunic up, but the egg thing was compared to the door in Tunic. A similar kind of thing. Except that Tunic has a way for you to check your work. That is available in game, like, as a usable thing. Now, Tunic doesn't have, for the same thing, it doesn't have a direct feedback. It does have a way for you to check your work, but not direct feedback. I think that having some sort of direct feedback might be nice, but if you are gonna not have that, then at least something so you're not as punished for it, I don't know. Can't feel relief or gratification if you don't know the thing you are looking out for has happened. I think that's part of it too. Like, I would like to know, like, you just feel not good. I think that's why I was saying they feel bad. Not having some sort of player feedback feels really bad, because it doesn't, there's no upside from it. Alright, Lorgan, adios. Yeah, we're gonna be switching games here in a moment. I'm gonna double check. Possibly Cypher. Possibly Cypher, because I think Cypher is supposed to be pretty small. Um, anyway, did you origami? Oh, yeah. You mean for Animal Well? Here, I can show you my picture. I mean, I have the origami somewhere on my desk, but it's underneath a stack of papers, I think. The cats kind of mess with them. But, hold on. We'll go over to it in my notes. Yeah, this was... We did it on stream. I was oh, it's right here. I'm a fool. It literally is under my microphone. Hold on. But, something that Etty has brought up a few times, and I'm not usually sure if I entirely agree with it. If you don't know what I'm referring to, Etty right now is temporarily unable to stream for a bit, but it's brought up the concept of, like, you don't necessarily have to have negative things in a game to have positive things in them. Like, you know, like, a very easy example is, like, Metroidvanias usually start out with essentially unfun movement. Like, not just that you're missing movement tools, but the movement just actively feels bad at the beginning of a lot of Metroidvanias. And that you could probably have games start out feeling good and then get better. Like, you don't have to have, like, a negative thing. I don't always agree with that idea, because I do think that there is something to be said about, like, for an example with the Metroidvanias, I think a lot of the Metroidvanias that do it a little bit better are the ones where you start with gear and then you maybe lose the gear, because that way you kind of, like, at least know what you're looking for again. Kind of gives you, like, a motivation, as opposed to what's it called, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight would be one of the examples where Etty found that, like, it would have dropped Hollow Knight before really getting into it, because it felt that it felt really unfun to play prior to getting Dash. And it still didn't really enjoy it until after finally getting Claw. The game that was coming to my mind was not Grime. Blasphemous. Blasphemous 1 I thought I would like. The art all looks really cool. Blasphemous just looks like a great game. Blasphemous feels terrible to play, at least when you start. An acquaintance of mine that I've interacted, like, I know somebody who loves Blasphemous and generally recommends to people they don't even need to play for Blasphemous 1. They could probably just go straight into the randomizer, because they agree that Blasphemous 1 feels really bad when you start out, and it's got, like, a lot of design issues. Like, I would love to get into Blasphemous, but I played it for about an hour, and I just could not get into, like, it feels just so bad. It's impressive how bad it feels. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not that everyone feels that way, but it is a really common sentiment. Like, there's a lot of people that don't like Metroidvanias, in part because of how they feel early on. Clearly, there's a lot of people that love Metroidvanias regardless. But the point isn't that, like, The point isn't, well, this already works. The point is that, do you need to have this, like, feeling? Like, the point is, do you have to have it? I think with an example with Hollow Knight, if we were going to take that, like, you have one version of Hollow Knight that could exist where maybe you start with, like, dash. Maybe you don't start with claw, but maybe you start with dash, and then for some reason you lose dash. Like, you could maybe start with one or two other things, but the idea being, like, Metroid games do this a lot, where you start with more abilities when you first start the Metroid game, and then you lose those abilities very early on. And then you now, like, try and make it work. Like, you have to, you like, want to build that again. You have this kind of incentive. In Eti's version of a thing, you might just start with dash and claw. Like, alright, we'll put you at dash and claw for the beginning, because those feel good to have. And then you get to find more stuff that feels good, but you don't start feeling like it's grueling. And I mean, there are games that have done that. On the flip side, I do think you have to be careful with it. There's a game called Candria. I don't think a lot of people have probably played Candria. But Candria was a game with this idea of, like, what if you had a kind of Metroidvania world where you had Celeste movement, and you don't actually find movement upgrades. You have all of your movement right off the bat. The only upgrades you find are essentially damage up upgrades. Candria is fascinating, because I think Candria is one of the reasons why I don't inherently just agree with Eti's stance that you, like, don't have to have some sort of maybe, like, downside to make things feel better. Because while it is very cool that in Candria you can, like, go anywhere, it also means, like, there's not real barriers, right? The only barriers that exist are, like, maybe because NPCs in it are like, oh, we think you should go scout out this area. But...
Or you will get absolutely wrecked if you go and fight a boss before you've done something else.
But you won't. That's the thing. The thing is, like, there's not a lot of, like, gates in Candria. For the most part, you could go anywhere. I mean, you might not have the skill to deal with things yet, but, you know. So, I don't know. It's an interesting thing. But when it comes back, like looping back around to, like, the puzzle game genre, I think I just feel like puzzle games... I think holding on to this idea of no feedback isn't necessarily helpful. I think that puzzle games could probably be fine with feedback, but I do think you might need to be careful with how you do the feedback. Like, I understand not wanting to kind of spoil something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go to the ending screen for just a brief moment for VOD purposes. And I am going to take a very short break as we set up. I think we'll at least see Cypher. Depending on how Cypher goes, maybe we won't stick with it. Maybe we'll switch to Balatro. But we're gonna see it, because why not, you know? Alright, I'll be right back.